And so off regularly, coming to the plate after their big upset last night, Rick.
Yes, probably the upset of the year, knocking Gene Shop, back-to-back champions, #1 seed, into the losers bracket. And off regularly, Mikan has 2 victories. They come into this game with a 10-8 record, and they're taking on Blitz Watanabe. And they put Johnny Blaze from Nevada, Las Vegas area, into the losers bracket in their first game last night. So Watanabe, the #9 seed, and off regularly the #16 seed, battling in our first game live this morning here at Champion Stadium, Disney's Wide World of Sports. And we're live with Bernie Gunther on USSSA.com.
You're getting into this, Rick, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Steve Wilson, the catcher, leads off. And for Watanabe, that wasn't the start that they wanted. Putting up a 0. We don't see that. We could have used a couple zeros last night because we were here till 2 a.m.
Yeah, we beat the curfew by about 20 minutes last night, as Disney doesn't want us here past 2 a.m. Once again, the rules: 8 home runs for each team, 30-run rule after 3, 20 after 4, and 15 after 5.
Question for you, Rick, is were you home in time for curfew?
I got to bed by 3 a.m.
All right. Back up the middle, there's a base hit. And our first run of the contest, Steve Wilson aboard. That'll bring up Norris.
Number 4 additional hitter, TJ Norris.
With a runner on first. And back up the middle again, a base hit. Past the middle infielder, Rob Meineke. Or Menke, it looks like, excuse me.
Left fielder number 9, Matt Bowling.
Here's Matt Bowling. And Bowling cranks it down the line into right field. Wilson will hold it third. Norris holds it second as Jason Roach brings the ball in.
Off regularly, continuing from where they were last night, hitting the ball all over the park. That's 3 straight base hits to load the bases, Bernie. And this C team from Central Florida has come to play.
And Westfall gives it a ride. Roche fires it back in, and Wilson will return back to the bag. And we have 1 away here in the inning.
Number 24, right fielder, Jeremiah Henry.
So here's Henry with 1 away. And Henry looks at a ball to begin the at-bat.
He pulled that one.
Down the line, and
it's fair.
A
He's
fair ball, grand
Yep.
slam, 4-0, off regularly.
By Jeremiah Henry.
Is in the lead.
Tony Walzak behind the plate with the call down the line, right over the 335 marker, curling right around the foul pole, but inside for a grand slam home run. And off regularly takes a 4-0 lead here in the bottom half of the first. Umpiring on the bases, Chuck Doc Beckwell. Both umpires hail from the state of Michigan.
And there's a base hit for John Martin, the pitcher.
There's John Martin with the base hit. Now batting number 18, Tanner Tapley.
Tanner, whatever here.
And Tanner Tapley, the first baseman, coming to the plate. Only 1 away here in the inning, and it's 4-0. And That one is cranked, but right at the left fielder. And Ryan Mingers able to make the play for the second out of the inning. There's 2 away here in the first.
Almost a defensive catch out there. Looked like the ball was knuckling on him. Made a nice stab and grabbed it.
And lined into right field in front of Roach. So a single there for Travis Smith. And that'll bring up Kendrick Doggett.
Center fielder Kendrick Doggett.
Excuse me, Doggett. We need to get you a copy of the lineup, Rick, right?
Oh, that's okay. I was checking your scorekeeping.
Try to keep up with it all. Lined right at the middle infielder, and that will retire the side, but not before. The grand slam for Jeremiah Henry, and off regularly, off the biggest upset of the year, is up by 4 as we head to the second inning here at USSSA World Series at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Leading off the top of the second for Wantanabe, number 7, first baseman Jimmy Carter.
Top of the second. And Blitz, a very quick first inning, not able to score any runs.
Not even getting a base hit there in the first. They got no runs on no hits.
Shocking, because I don't know, from the first day watching this, I'm pretty sure I could get a base hit.
Easy now, Bernie. You're the professional announcer.
I don't know. I might be able to get out there and swing the bat a couple of times. There's a walk
Left
and a
fielder,
run
number
aboard.
25, Ryan Mingus.
As Mingus comes to the plate, Jimmy Carter walking. There's a called strike. And Mingus with a base hit. Carter is going to hold up at third, and Mingus moves to second with a double.
First hit of the ball game for Wantanabe. Runners now at second and third.
Number 43, center fielder Michael Rogers.
That'll bring up Michael Rogers.
Once again, we're live in USSSA Men's A World Tournament.
Down the line, fair ball. It'll score 2. Carter's in to score. Mingus is going to come around to score. And a 2 RBI double for Michael Rogers has cut the deficit in half. It's 4-2.
Pitcher number 70, Frank Gruber.
And here's Frank Gruber, number 70, the pitcher.
Received a phone call from a friend of mine, Warren Bellum, who tournament directs our Men's Major World Series, and enjoyed our telecast last night.
Oh, that's great to hear. Rogers will hold a third base hit there for the pitcher. And Larry Worth, the added hitter, coming to the plate next. Yeah, we had a great great population of people watching last night. That's for sure.
He complimented your play-by-play skills there, Bernie. He said, who's the guy doing play-by-play?
Well, thank you.
I said, that's Bernie. Does a professional job. I know you people out there have to enjoy it. It's a thrill to be up here and do some color commentary with Bernie. We're excited to be here, and hopefully the weather will cooperate one more day with us.
That's what you're asking for. No rain all day long, right?
Yep.
What a play by the third baseman for off regularly. Riddle elevates and makes the grab. And there's 2 away. Or excuse me, 1 away. So runners on the corners. And Mike Canup coming to the plate.
Blitz Wantanabe, sponsored by Dave Wantanabe. That's an optical business that Dave has.
Back up the middle, scoring Rogers. Gerber advances to second. Canup on first. And here's Rob Menke.
3 runs in on 3 hits here in the top of the second for Blitz Wantanabe.
6 middle infielder Rob Menke.
And another base hit, and they're going to wave around Gerber. He'll come in to score. And a double for Menke. And we're at the very bottom of the lineup now as Canup's on third.
Come on, baby!
And Bernie, another thing that Warren remarked about was how clear our picture was.
Yeah, and
really
next year I
impressed with
can
that.
guarantee you that it's going to be even clearer because we have the capabilities of broadcasting in high definition. And we're just waiting for an upgrade on the equipment, and it's not on our end. It's more that the technology is just coming and it's going to be released in December. So next year, this World Series will be brought to you in high definition, and you're not going to need any extra equipment. It should look great no matter what equipment you have at home. 4-4 is our score. On the ground, that'll score another run, and for the first time today, the Blitz has the lead, but that's the second out of the inning, and we go back to the top of the lineup.
Tough hop right there at shortstop, able to field it and make the play. That's for the second out of the inning. As Bernie said, Watanabe's taking a lead for the first time today in the second inning, 5-4.
And we're back to the top, and Jason Scott, second baseman. It's 5-4. First of what, 7 games we have for you today, Rick?
I believe it's 7 games here at the stadium. Finals of the winners bracket at 6:30 p.m. followed by our 4th place game at 8 p.m. tonight.
Driven towards center field. Does it have enough? No, it doesn't. It's hauled in by the center fielder, Kendrick Doggart. That'll retire the side, but Wantanabe has the lead for the first time today as they score for the first time today. Top of the second inning. 5 runs on the board. It's 5-4 as we head to the bottom of the second on USSSA.com.
Blitz picks up 5 in the top of the second after 1.5. 5-4 Blitz. Leading off the bottom of the second, third baseman number 55, Miles Riddle.
Bottom of the second, great day for softball. And off regularly. This is a weird position for them. I don't think that they've trailed so far in 2009. If you remember, they scored 8 runs in the top of the first yesterday and ended up winning by 1 run, as there is a hot shot for a base hit for Miles Riddle.
Riddle, if you remember last inning, elevated, as Bernie said, made a nice play down there at third. And leads off in the bottom of the second with a line drive single.
Angelo Petracca.
And here's Angelo Petracca, the shortstop, with a runner on first. Frank Gerber, the pitcher in today's contest for Blitz Watanabe.
We've already had our first team sent home today. Classic Glass lost to the Mizuno Bombers at 8 a.m. And Classic Glass out of California has a long trip home.
On the infield, Jeff Click, shortstop, tosses it over to Scott for the first out here in this inning. And there's one away. And that brings us back to the top of the lineup. And Steve Wilson.
Number 7, Steve Wilson.
Wilson, the veteran, had a nice game last night. I want to say he was 4 for 5. Knocked in a number of runs. And that 27-26 victory over Gene Shop.
And he cranks that first ball, but foul.
Bleachers down the right field line take a beating, it seems like, every game.
I hear you. I have off regularly right now only a home run. So they have 7 remaining, as this one is going to be a gapper and go all the way to the wall. Rogers able to corral it, as Riddle will hold at third, and there's runners on the corners with only 1 out, as Wilson, the leadoff hitter, and the off regularly lineup gets aboard. That'll bring up Norris, who singled his last time up. The 1 home run for off regularly was a big one, a grand slam for Jeremiah Henry. On the ground, could be 2, and an unassisted double play for Jeff Click. 6-3 to retire the side. And a big goose egg put up by off regularly in the bottom of the second. They trail by a run here at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Leading off the top of the third, number 10, Jason Resch.
It's the 3rd inning, and off regularly is trailing by a run, and Blitz Watanabe get a chance to add to their lead, Rick. It's a 1-run advantage as there's a base hit for number 14, Jason Scott, who's the leadoff hitter in the lineup.
Yes, off regularly, no runs on 1 hit there in the bottom half of the second. They scored in every inning last night except for the 7th inning when they put up a 0. Pretty unusual to see this C team without scoring a run.
And so a runner on. And here's John Jameson. Excuse me, I must have read the number wrong. That was Jason Roach that's aboard on first. And that one is cranked and gone. And it's a 3-run advantage for Watanabe.
The ball is gone. 2-run homer for John Jameson.
Can we put in the rule book next year that they need to make these numbers somehow where we can see them up here? It blends a little too much.
We're just happy they have numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes I think they, whoever designs their uniforms doesn't take into consideration the fact that the press box needs to see them.
Number 7, Jimmy Carter.
Here's Jimmy Carter, who walked in his last at bat in the 2nd inning. Remember, it was a 1-2-3 first inning and a big inning in the 3rd. This will tack on one more. It's 8-4. Carter a home run, but just a solo shot.
That's what we talked about all last night. These guys don't really want to hit solo shots when you're limited to only 8 home runs. You need to get your money's worth and try to average 3 to 4 runs every time on the home run.
Mingus at the plate. That's only the 2nd home run by my count for Watanabe.
They've had a 2-run shot and a solo right here in the top half of the 3rd.
And a walk issued by Josh Martin.
We also did quite a bit of talking about that. You don't want to walk anybody in slow pitch. 9 out of 10 walks come around to score. It can be the pitcher's #1 enemy, the walk. This game, all they hope to do is move it in and out, up and down, the knuckleball.
Hit towards the gap, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. Mingers is going to hold at 3rd, and actually he's going to come around to score.
He didn't even hesitate. He came all the way around from first. Scores on the double.
An RBI double, and it's 9-4. What's your favorite song?
Number 70.
Florida Gator fight song. Bernie, probably the Florida Gators' #1 fan.
I don't know about that. I work for the SEC, so I have a good respect for the entire league.
That's wonderful, because the LSU Tigers will face Florida in Death Valley in Baton Rouge this year.
It's 10-4. Rogers comes in to score. And a single there for Gerber.
It's one of the key games for the Florida Gators defending their national title.
22, Larry Ward.
Should be a wild year, that's for sure. Who do you think is the favorite right now in this tournament now that the #1 seed has been knocked out?
I'd have to say TNR Stucko. Well, Gene Shop's still in it. They can come all the way back through the losers bracket.
Right. But they certainly have a much longer road.
I'd say with TNR Stucko, the way they were swinging the bat last night in their game, could be the favorites from here on out. We'll see. They play our next game here in the stadium. They're our #2 seed. Bud Light played quite well last night as well, Bernie.
They
the
did.
#3 seed.
24, Mike Canuck.
And our #4 seed, TaylorMade, is taking on GTL back on field 20. So 2, 3, and 4 are in the winner's bracket starting off today.
Mike Knopp at the plate, nobody out. A 5-run 3rd inning for Watanabe. On the ground, Riddle to second for 1, and he watches as Westfall airmails it over the first baseman.
Andy, the first base coach down there, had to take a little, almost a dive to get out of the way. He's taking a long look, wondering what happened.
Number 6, Rob.
No chance for Tanner Tapley, the first baseman there.
Come on, Robbie, throw it out there. Let's go. Come on, mate. Come on, mate. Game. Stay hard, mate. Come on. Come on, Robbie.
And here's Rob Menke, middle infielder. And popped up and in short center field. Doggart makes the play, and there's 2 away.
Nice hustle out there by the center fielder to hustle in on that short pop-up, keep the runners at the corners. 2 away, bottom half the 3rd inning. 2009 Men's Class A World Tournament. Champion Stadium, the home of the Atlanta Braves for spring training.
And there is a ground out in a strange way. Middle infielder able to tag that bag just in time to end the inning, sending us to the bottom of the 3rd. But Wantanabe tacking on 5 more. They're up 10-4 here at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Go ahead, take it down, Larry.
Leading off the bottom of the 3rd, number 9, Matt Bowling.
And so it's 10-4 off regularly batting in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Wantanabe there in the top of the 3rd picked up 5 runs on 5 hits, 1 runner left. As Bernie said, they have a 10-4 lead in the bottom half of the 3rd. He got him.
And he's down on strikes, a rare strikeout.
That's the 3rd called strikeout we've seen in from last night to today.
Number 5, Alan Westfall.
And here's Alan Westfall after Matt Bowling was retired. Jeremiah Henry, who had that grand slam, due up next, and he's going to come to the plate with Westfall on first.
You saw no argument, Bernie. You take that strike, you take your bat, you walk into the dugout, get ready for your next at bat.
So runner on first with 1 out. And here's Henry at the plate. Can he hit back-to-back?
Bernie,
not even a question.
Bernie called that.
2nd home run of the game for Jeremiah Henry.
10-6. As Henry has his 2nd home run of the contest. And that's only the 2nd for off regularly in this contest. They have 6 remaining. And here's Martin, the pitcher.
Number 25, John Martin.
Oh, excuse me, John Martin. Martin grounds it to the middle infielder. And Menke throws her first in time.
Nice stretch down there at first to get the second out.
It's Jimmy Carter on the stretch.
Nice play.
And Tanner Tapley. At the plate with 2 away. And that one is a gapper. Tapley is going to round the bag and go to second as this one gets through the fence. Still to mention, I know you were working on the fences out there and it still hasn't been rectified. It's still a problem. A gap in left and a gap in right.
Down the lines. When you get a chance, you may see him down there. I'll be putting a call into Dustin, our
he was just up here.
Yeah, I know. I forgot to tell him when he was
trying
here.
To get some air conditioning in this booth. Smith at the plate with 2 away. Called strike. And down the line and a fair ball. Tapley will round third. He'll come in to score. And Smith is going to hold it second with a double.
3 runs in the bottom half the third inning. They picked up the 3 runs on 5 hits so far. And off regularly's cut the lead back down to 3.
Number 2, Kendrick Doggett.
And here's Doggett, who's 0 for 1 today, coming to the plate with Smith on second. First pitch is a ball. Off regularly, trying to narrow this gap in the bottom of the inning. And whoa, a fancy play for Jeff Click as he makes the play on the run, then spins and turns and throws it over to Carter to retire the side, but not before off regularly able to score 3. It's 10-7 here on USSSA.com.
Don't break out. Come on. Red, see the whole way. Just touch it. Wherever you want to go. There we go. Shut him down here, boys. Shut him down. Play deep for an inning. Come on, Red. 5 more. Let's go. 5 more. Come on, Red.
Leading off the top of the 4th, number 14, Jason Scott.
Come on, Pop. All Red. Red, come on, baby. Jimmy, right behind you. Ninja's batting ball. Drive it, Red.
Moving into the top half of the 4th, we're back to the top of the lineup. Jason Scott. Right to the middle infielder over to first. That's 1 out.
Number 10, Jason Resch.
Bring up the second batter, Jason Resch. First pitch, a ball inside. Wantanabe, or excuse me, off regularly Mike, and picked up 3 runs on 5 hits. And Resch takes it over the right field wall. Solo shot. Moves them out to a 11-7 lead for Blitz Wantanabe. So 1 run in, 1 out. Jamison the batter.
Jamison had a home run in his last at bat. That's the 3rd home run by our count for Blitz Wantanabe. And that's a fair ball down the line into right field, and Henry able to grab it.
right between the legs of the first baseman.
Now batting number 7, Jimmy Carter.
That'll bring up Jimmy Carter. He hit a home run his last time up, a solo shot.
So how many home runs are we showing Watanabe?
They're one more, and they'll be halfway to their limit, as this one might have the distance. Park just able to hold it. Bowling makes the play in left field as he calls off Kendrick Doggart. And there's 2 away in the inning.
Number 25, Ryan Mingus.
You notice with 3 home runs, they have a total of 11 runs scored. That's not bad. It's pretty
Not
good
bad
use.
at all.
That's pretty good use of it.
Ooh, look out on first. That one was line foul. Ryan Mingers at the plate. Doubled and scored. His first time up, walked and scored in his second plate appearance. This would be a big inning for off regularly if they could hold Watanabe to only 1 run.
First game of the day for both teams could be a little bit tight. Haven't quite woke up from last night's games probably. Would have thought we'd have seen a little more scoring here in their first game at 9:30.
Martin between the legs, and the second one is driven towards left field. Bowling looking up, and it is gone. A 2-run home run. Clears the bases as Jamison comes in to score.
Ryan Mingus with a 2-run shot to left. Brings up number 43, Michael Rogers.
And that'll bring up Michael Rogers. Back-to-back doubles as he's 2 for 2. And he looks at a ball. And this one hit the opposite way, right at Henry, and Henry comes in to make the play to retire the side, but not before. 3 more on the scoreboard sends us to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's 13-7 here on USSSA.com.
Off the bottom of the 4th, number 55, Miles Riddle.
Miles Riddle will lead off the 4th year at Disney's Wide World of Sports. 13-7 our score as Riddle grounds it towards the middle infielder. And what a play. Not sure whether that was the shortstop Jeff Click or the middle infielder, but that's a heck of a play.
Nice
for 1
pickup.
out.
Close play at first. Doc Beckwell, the umpire, right on top of the play with 1 away.
It was the shortstop, Jeff Click. And a base hit all the way to center with 1 out. Puts 1 on, and we go back to the top of the lineup, and Steve Wilson.
Top of the order, Steve Wilson.
And Wilson watches as it's lined over the second baseman, Jason Scott. And there's 2 on with the 1 out. And here's Norris.
off regularly miking. Right here from Orlando, Florida, C team knocking off, as we keep saying, the #1 seed, back-to-back champions.
And they're swinging the bat well. Bases are loaded, and they're going to bring around the runner to hold him at first and second, and that cuts it 13-8.
This is where off regularly plays their game. Base hit after base hit. Station to station, the speedsters will come around and score when need be. Let's see if they can put up a big number.
Matt Bowling at the plate. And he hits it on the ground towards the second baseman, Scott. In the throw in time. So there's runners at the corners and 2 away. As Bowling reaches on the fielder's choice.
Scott with the throw back over to third. Throwing behind the runner.
Second baseman, Alan Westfall.
And here's Alan Westfall. And Westfall pops it up, and this should do it. Rogers comes in, side retired, off regularly, only scoring a run in the bottom of the 4th. We head to the 5th. It's 13-8 here on USSSA.com.
Down to a science, brother. Go, bats, back away. Great, got your new one. Good work. Come on, Frank. Come on, bag it. Bag it.
Leading off the top of the 5th, number 70, Frank Gruber.
It's Michael Rogers leading off, top of the 5th inning.
Check that. That's Frank Gruber, the pitcher.
Oh, excuse me. Gruber. Thank you. Gruber's 2 for 2.
Pitching a pretty nice game out there.
See, if they went with the numbers the same color that they have their names on the back of the jersey, that might be helpful.
If they had that navy blue instead of the sky blue, we could probably read it a little easier.
Got better eyes than I do, but I gave you that nice monitor in front to take a look as well.
Absolutely beautiful. Oh, got him.
And he's down on strikes.
Dropped it right behind the plate and took it looking. He stares Tony Walzak down, but he marches right back to the dugout. And Gruber taking a call, 3rd strike.
There's 1 away. And here's Larry Wirt, the added hitter. Wirt looks at a ball to begin this at bat. And he lines it into right field, and it'll go all the way to Henry. And there's 1 on with 1 out. And Mike Kinnup coming to the plate.
Third baseman, Mike Kinnup.
Popped up toward center field, and Doggett comes in to make the 2nd out of the inning. And Rob Menke, the middle infielder, coming to the plate. 2 outs and a runner on first. And Menke at the plate.
Top half the 5th inning, only 1 hit so far. And Gruber had started off the inning taking a called strike for the strikeout.
And Menke, a shot past the shortstop. That one took a nasty hop when it hit the infield dirt, and a brilliant effort. But there's runners on the corners with 2 outs as Wirt advances to third, and here's Jeff Click.
Ball obviously hit one of the divots out there and took a high hop over the shortstop.
Your attention, please. Batting for Quick, number 52, Brad Tabler.
And they're going to have Tabler pinch hit for Click. Popped up, and Bowling comes in to make the play to retire the side. So not a productive top of the 5th inning for Watanabe. They put up the goose egg. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Off regularly, a chance to tie it when we come back.
Leading off the bottom of the 5th, number 24, Jeremiah Henry.
Jeremiah Henry leads things off in the bottom of the 5th inning. We're having a lot of fun here today, aren't we, Rick?
Yes, sir. The first game of the morning. Off regularly in the bottom of the 4th, only picked up 1 run on 3 hits. In the top of the 5th, Watanabe comes back and only got 2 hits with no runs. So off regularly's got a chance. If they can put up a big crooked number, we'll have a different ball game here in the 5th inning. They're running out of outs. They need to score.
Henry has hit a home run in his last 2 plate appearances, and he's going to keep the streak alive. His 3rd home run of the contest.
3 for 3, 3rd home run of the game for Jeremiah Henry.
The Disney announcer repeating exactly what Bernie said.
Must be watching our broadcast.
Could be.
He's probably keeping score as well, though, I'd assume.
Number 25.
Here's Martin, the pitcher. And he hits it a long way, and back-to-back home runs. The solo variety, and off regularly now has used half of their allotted home runs. They've used 4 out of 8, according to my count.
Not really how you want to do this in the 5th inning. Both solo shots, 1 for each.
Number 18, Tanner Tapley.
And Tapley with a base hit as it falls in front of Rogers. Popped up. And what a grab there by the middle infielder, Rob Menke. A sliding play.
Turns his back to the infield.
Smith.
As I said, Bernie turns his back to the infield, makes a great grab out there. That's probably going to be on our web gyms tonight later on.
could have been Jeff Click as well.
Well, they swap around between middle infielder and shortstop.
Nevertheless, great play and one away. And Kendrick Doggett, I should say, at the plate with one out.
Doggett made a nice running catch in the third inning out there in center field to take a hit away from Watanabe. And we're live on USSSA.com at Champion Stadium here at Disney's Wide World of Sports for the men's Class A World Tournament. And excitement
First
all
of a
day
bundle
long.
of games we have for you today.
Yeah, next up, number 2 seed, TNR Stucko.
There's a home run for Doggett. So 3 home runs in the 5th inning alone.
13-12 game.
And it's 13-12.
And out of those 3 home runs, they've only scored 4. Not the best usage. We'll see if it comes back to hurt them.
Here's Riddle, the third baseman.
55, Miles Riddle.
And Riddle cranks it right at the middle infielder, Menke. And there's 2 away.
Number 22, Angelo Petracca.
And here's Angelo Petracca. Two outs. And opposite way and foul. This is one of the closer contests we've gotten a chance to see so far in 2009. At least here at the stadium.
Yes, indeed. Only 13-12. Off regularly coming back here with 4 runs. Cut the deficit to 1.
Fly out to Rogers. That'll retire the side, but 3 home runs in the inning for off regularly. And it's 13-12 here on USSSA.com.
In the home run department, off regularly now with 5. Watanabe Blitz with 4. Leading off the top of the 6th for the Blitz, number 14, Jason Scott.
Come on, Red, let's go. Lock in. All right, here we go.
Jason Scott with a gapper that goes all the way to the wall and over for a ground rule double. He's the leadoff hitter for Blitz Watanabe, whose lead has been cut to 1. They did not score in the 1st and the 5th. Off regularly did not score in the 2nd. But Watanabe 5 in the 2nd, 5 in the 3rd, and 3 in the 4th. And we'll see what they can tack on here in the 6th inning.
That
High
might
fly
do.
ball. Park may hold it. No, it does not. Henry ran out of room. That's the 5th home run for Watanabe, a 2-run shot.
Jason Resch with a 2-run dinger. Brings up number 34, John Jameson.
Jameson moves in. He has a special message for Madison Jameson, his daughter, age 7 today on her birthday. And Daddy says happy birthday. Sorry he's missing it, but he'll see you soon, baby. He really wishes you a happy, happy day.
And he's hit a home run for.
Hit a home run, yes, indeed. Maybe he can do it again for her.
And a single. He's 2 for 3.
And Daddy's winning the game, Madison, and there he goes. Another base hit for you. Comes up limping a little bit to first. I wonder if he's pulled something.
That'll bring up Jimmy Carter.
They're going to bring in a pinch runner for
Number 7,
John.
Jimmy Carter.
Looks like he might have tweaked a hamstring maybe. But Madison, don't worry, he's okay. He's not hurt bad. He got another base hit for you, and they're winning 15-12.
Runner at first, number 32, Brian Alexander.
So Alexander, the pinch runner at first. And Carter looks at the first pitch. And the between the legs pitch for Martin doesn't even get to the plate. Hit towards left. Bowling had to take a couple of steps, but makes a play for the first out here in the 6th inning. So 1 away, and here's Ryan Mingers.
Number 25, Ryan Mingus.
Nice day, double, walk, and a home run. He scored every time he's come to the plate. And on the ground, and whoa, I thought it was a double play, but we called it too soon. Travis Smith watches as the ball eats him up, and that's a major error there, because that should have been an inning-ending double play.
Unfortunately, right between the wickets. Travis Smith, I think, was looking up too soon to try to take that double play and step on the bag and fire it over to first. 1 out here, top half the 6th, 2 runs in for Wantanabe. They have a 3-run lead.
Rogers at the plate with 2 in scoring position.
Could be 2 big runs here in the 6th inning as we get closer and closer to the end of the game. And runs are all important.
Ball 2. And this one hit a long way. You can tack 3 more up on the board. A 3-run home run for Rogers.
3-run shot for Michael Rogers.
That's 5 runs in the inning on 4 hits. The big hit right there, Rogers' 3-run shot.
And here's Frank Gruber, the pitcher.
As Watanabe stretches that lead to 6.
Number 70, Frank Gruber.
2nd home run of the inning, 6 in the contest. And hit towards the corner, and it will go all the way to the fence, where Bowling will finally bring it in. A double for Gruber, as he's on board for the 3rd time in 4 tries. He struck out in his last plate appearance. So here's Larry Wirt as Watanabe continues to pour it on here in the 6th inning. The pitch, and a nice play there by the shortstop as he throws over to first. And they said that Tapley off the bag.
It was a nice stretch by Tapley, but just pulled off the bag down there at first. So Blitz Watanabe gets another break here with runners at first and second, 1 out.
They've got a full inning of extra outs now. Should have been double play in that one there.
Exactly. You can't afford to give extra outs at this level of play. Teams will take advantage, and we're late in the game. And they've moved across 5 this inning.
Opposite way, Henry gives chase, and it's gone. A 3-run home run for Canup.
Mike Canup with a 3-run home run.
how many runs have scored on those extra outs. That pushes them to 21-12. They take a 9-run lead here in the top of the 6th. And Blitz Watanabe out of the Cincinnati, Ohio area. They've come in as the number 9 seed, and their record is 41-17 coming into today after their victory last night.
On a line right to Westfall. And that's the second out of the inning. And really, in a roundabout way, the 5th that Watanabe has given this squad off regularly after we've seen 2 major errors.
Off regularly, the Cinderella team so far of the tournament, knocking defending back-to-back champion and number 1 seed Gene Shop to the losers bracket 27-26. They went into this inning only down 1, and has it struck midnight for off regularly, Bernie? I'm not sure.
Well, they still will be in the losers bracket, so they'll have their chance there as this one goes to bowling, and he can't come up with it. And I don't think Jeff Click was teaching youngsters how to run the bases at home, as he had gone halfway to first and stopped like he was going back to the dugout and decided, hey, I'm actually getting first base. I better get there.
That's a cardinal sin by the base runners. When you have 2 outs, you're supposed to run it all the way. He should have been at least on second. A nice diving try out there in left field by Bowling.
Here's Scott with a runner on first. And Scott cranks it towards center field, and Kendrick Doggett able to make the play. And they bat it around.
So far this inning, they picked up 8 runs on 8 hits with 2 away.
Jason Roche batting for the second time today. He's got 2 home runs. And a home run here would end our palindrome situation that we're in.
I think each time we've had it, it's been 21-12.
Every
3
time,
times.
right?
Yes, indeed.
There's a base hit. And that'll make it 22-12. Click comes in to score. Scott holds at second. And here's Jamison.
So Click's base running faux pas does not hurt him, as he has moved around to score the 9th run of the inning for Watanabe.
So Jamison at the plate with a chance to give off regularly only 3 more outs in this contest. If Watanabe can continue to pour on the runs, they obviously need still 5 more, which is a ton, but it's been a big inning. Riddle watches and taken by the shortstop, and a throw to second not in time. So they're safe at every base, and they're loaded here in the 6th inning. As Jimmy Carter comes to the plate for the second time. That one not quite an error, but again, the extra outs given by off regularly is just crushed them here in the 6th inning. Popped up, and a diving play. There's one of your web gems.
Yes,
in center
indeed.
field. Doggett makes the play, and finally the side retired. Blitz leaves the maximum. Sends us to the bottom of the 6th. 22-12 is our score.
bottom of the sixth, number 7, Steve Wilson.
Bottom of the sixth, off regularly. Had the bats going for him last night when they defeated the number 1 seed, Gene Shop, but today it's almost like they got rid of some of their bats and they haven't swung them as well.
That happens many times in the game of slow pitch. You beat them to death in one game, and the next game you can't wake the bats up. Steve Wilson, the leadoff batter, leads it off in the bottom of the sixth with a base hit.
And that'll bring up T.J. Norris.
As we said last inning in the top of this inning, Watanabe 9 runs on 9 hits.
Nice play there at third.
Knupp reaches far to his right and then just flicks it over to second base to get Wilson.
So Norris aboard on the fielder's choice, and here's Matt Bowling. Singled, struck out, and reached on a fielder's choice.
So our next game burning in the stadium here is Woodlaw taking on TNR Stucko, and Woodlaw will be the home team.
Hit towards center field, and look at the spin on that one. That looked like my slice.
Well, he spun it right out of the ballpark for a 2-run home run.
Actually, I'm sorry, that was probably a little baby draw over the fence for a 2-run shot.
2-run shot for Matt Bowling.
For most players.
So Woodlaw, the number 7 seed, with a 60-21 record, will take on TNR Stucko, the number 2 seed, with a 39-12 record.
You got that bracket all taken care of right in front of you.
Yes, sir. And following Woodlaw and TNR Stucko will be Bud Light, our number 3 seed, taking on Combat USA.
Number 24, Jeremiah Henry.
What a day it's been for Henry. He's hit a home run every time he's come to the plate. And that time he lines it right to Rogers, who makes a leaping effort to retire the side. Sends us to the 7th inning off regularly after defeating the number 1 team. Trails 22-14 here on USSSA.com.
In the home run department this time, Wantanabe with 7, off regularly with 6.
Well, we're having a great time, that's for sure, here at the USSSA Fast Pitch World Series. A lot of fun in between the innings. And we're glad to bring you 7 games. Just a great day for softball here at Disney's Wide World of Sports. Slow pitch softball, excuse me. I'm so used to calling fast pitch.
Well, Blitz Wantanabe can hang on for the victory here. They'll play at 2 o'clock against the winner of TaylorMade and GTL in the semifinals of the winners bracket. And our next game following immediately after this game is TNR Stucko versus Woodlaw. And then at 12:30, Bud Light will take on Combat USA. And they get tougher and tougher as we move along through the winners bracket, Bernie. Should be an exciting day of slow pitch softball in the men's A World Tournament right here at Disney's Wide World of Sports, live on USSSA.com.
So leadoff walk issued, and here's Rogers. And it's going to one-hop to Bowling in left field, and there's 2 on and nobody out. As Wantanabe trying to continue to punish off regularly. They're just not swinging the bats like we saw last night. Not sure whether there's a change of bat in the dugout or not, but.
Well, they're a local team from right here in the Orlando, Florida area, a C team. Might be a bit of a letdown, Bernie, from the game last night. When you play the #1 seed and beat them 27-26, it ought to take a lot out of you.
Popped up. And wow, how about that? Alan Westfall says, Tapley, I don't know whether you can catch that. I'm going to plow you right over.
Yeah, Westfall, the second baseman, just kind of bumps Tapley out of the way. A little confusion, but they got the out.
How about that for communication on the infield?
We talk more about communication in the outfield so somebody doesn't get hurt, but there's a case of move out of the way.
Not a walk to load the bases.
Not the pitch you want to make to load the bases in the top of the 7th. You have the lead is below double digits. And now Wantanabe loads them up, and here we go. Canuck.
He hit a home run in his last plate appearance.
Canuck can stretch the lead back to 12. If he were to take it out of the yard, and he takes another ball, 2 balls, no strikes.
Driven towards left center field. Does the park have enough room? Just enough. Doggett makes the plate. Bingers will tag at third. He'll come in to score. 23-14, but that was a long out for Canuck. And here's Rob Benke.
I don't know if you noticed that Doggett felt along that snow fence to make sure he didn't go through it or push it away to find out where he was. Great job in the outfield. Find where you are, camp under the ball, make the catch, and get it back into the infield.
Second out of the inning. Line drive, and that'll retire the side. Wantanabe is in the lead as we head to the bottom of the 7th, 23-14.
There we go.
Number 25, John Martin.
And a leadoff double. They got to repair that fence for you, Rick.
Yeah, I need to get with Dustin. Maybe I can catch him between games here as I go down for a meeting.
There's a double, and Tanner Tapley is at the plate. And it's hit the opposite way. And there's a home run. Does Off Regularly have a dramatic comeback? They're down to their final 3 outs. That certainly helps the cause.
They may have hurt themselves in the 6th inning when they made those 3 errors to double up on the number of outs they gave Watanabe when they pushed across 9.
I have them at 7 home runs now, so they're down to their final home run as well. A double for Smith. Trailing 23-16. You have to put together a bunch of singles here.
Number 2, Kendrick Doggett.
And here's Kendrick Doggett. And Doggett hits it the other way for a base hit. Smith is going to round third, and he'll come in to score. 23-17. And Doggett's on first. Got to be real careful, I would assume, with only 1 home run remaining.
Need to use it wisely here to try to pick up the maximum amount of runs for they can. Solo or 2 runs not going to help them much.
Lined and foul.
Once again, our next game here in the stadium will be TNR Stucko, the number 2 seed, which is now probably the favorite to move on through the winner's bracket. They'll take on Woodlaw, the number 7 seed. So number 2 seed versus number 7. Immediately following this game between Blitz, Wantanabe, and Off Regularly Mikan.
So that last one was a foul ball out.
Yes.
And that brings up the shortstop, the last hitter in the lineup, and he's going to ground it short. And that could have been a game-ending double play, but Jeff Click couldn't handle it. So maybe a little bit of Off Regularly's own medicine there. The top of the 6th, where they gave up 9 runs, they allowed Watanabe about 6 or 7 outs. And we're on extra outs now because that possibly could have been an ending any double play. At least it was certainly 1 out. And we're back to the top of the lineup and Steve Wilson. And Wilson lines it to Jason Roche. And now Off Regularly, after their big upset of Gene Shop last night, down to only 1 out. As Watanabe trying to advance and stay in the winner's side, and Off Regularly would move back to the losers bracket and maybe a rematch with Gene Shop eventually.
The only chance they'll have to face each other once they move to the losers bracket would be in tonight's 8 p.m. game. It's the odds of both teams making that far are pretty large. Sponsor coach Dave Watanabe's out to talk to his crew. Not real sure what's going on. Jameson talking to our umpire, Tony Walzak. And once again, John Jameson wishes his daughter, Madison, a happy birthday. Sorry he couldn't be there, but he sure wishes you the best day possible. Madison turns 7 today.
Here's Norris. Is this the time to use your home run?
Don't leave it on the table. This is as good a time as any.
2 on, and this could do it. And Rogers makes the play, and Wantanabe advances here. It's a final. Our first telecast of the day, 23-17. And it's midnight for Cinderella. Off regularly, shipped to the losers bracket. We'll continue our coverage of the 2009 Slow Pitch World Series from Disney's Wide World of Sports right after this. Stay with us on USSSA.com.
Our 11 o'clock game features Woodlaw Combat from Dallas, Texas, and TNR Stucko from Lakeland, Florida.
here we go. Yes, sir.
Woodlaw Combat is the home team.
Do it, Chad Loud. Look at like. Where's Stillwell at? Stillwell ain't here.
Leading off for TNR, first baseman number 35, Rich Woodlaw.
Don't even get up.
Goulash flies out as we begin our second telecast of the day. And with Rick Robinson away for an umpires meeting, bringing in Dave DiDonatis to our broadcast, and I know he's excited to get the chance to see TNR Stucko for the second time today.
Oh yeah, definitely a good team. Had a great showing last night.
Here's Mitch Mabe, or maybe his nickname. Finding that out real quick.
Yeah, I don't know how Mitch maybe got that nickname, but probably just the spelling on his name.
Popped up on the infield, Dean Smith with a basket catch. And there's 2 away. I mean, I think this is a surprise start for TNR Stucko to get 2 quick outs this fast, Dave.
Yeah, it's really not really what you'd expect out of TNR Stucko coming out of last night's victory. Seems like everyone's getting a little slow out of the gate, though, today. It's probably a little bit of the heat, a little bit hotter here today than I'd say yesterday. Sun's out.
Lloyd Watson, the pitcher, certainly happy with his efforts as John Dutch, left fielder, comes to the plate. And a called strike.
Well, our second game here at USSSA.com, one of 7 that we'll be bringing you tonight.
You're excited to bring it to him, right? You've been
yeah,
pushing
I
all the
enjoy
buttons.
softball.
There's a first base hit of the ball game for Dutch. That'll bring up Tim Maddox, the shortstop.
Yeah, I've fortunately been able to be around the game almost my whole life and seen a lot of these guys since I was a little kid. So it's really interesting to watch them play in such a fabulous park like this and compete for a ring.
Absolutely. A lot riding on the line as Maddox comes to the plate. And he looks at the first pitch. There's a called strike. I got to say, I like this pitcher, Lloyd Watson. He's not wasting any time.
Now, you can never complain with that. Keep the game moving, keep it high pace. He's controlling it.
No reason to fake him out 12 times. On the ground, Shurin. The ball eats him up, and he's going to scoop it up, and the throw's not in time. Dutch able to beat it out at second. Maddox is at first on the air, and Dustin Roberts will come to the plate. And just like we saw in the last game, Dave, Woodlaw giving some extra outs. That should have been the 3rd out of the inning, and all these are free runs from this point on.
Yeah, definitely. That was a game-ending out right there. Or inning-ending, I'm sorry.
On the ground, second chance for King, and that time he's able to scoop it up, and that'll retire the side. TNR Stucko. No runs in the top of the first inning, sending us to the bottom. No score at Disney's Wide World of Sports. Brad Clay will lead off the inning, bottom of the first, and we'll see what Woodlaw could do. A little bit of a gift. TNR Stucko unable to score, and we have Rose back inside the circle for TNR Stucko. He was very chatty last night with some of the calls pitching-wise, so we'll see whether he settled down today.
Well, I think that's kind of just his reputation around the game. You're going to get a little bit of a kind of a chatterbox out of him. He's going to give you his opinion no matter how, if you want it or not.
First pitch is a ball. I'm sure he wasn't thrilled with that call. There's the call strike. Check of the defense for TNR Stucko. It's Dutch in left, Branch in center, Griffin in right. Poplin is at third. There's Maddox making the throw to first. At short, Mabe at second. Goulash made the play at first, and Roberts behind the plate. In the extra infield is Mike Martin. So one away. And here's Jebby King. King, the middle infielder. Kind of a strange start to this game. And what we've seen, some high-scoring affairs, 50-plus runs scored in a contest, and we have yet to see our first run today. That one lined over the glove of Goulash and all the way to Griffin. And they're going to test the glove and the arm of Griffin, and the throw just barely missed getting there on time. King is in with a sliding double. And credit him with some great base running skills, Dave.
Oh, yeah, he definitely turned up the speed trying to get something going on for Woodlaw here.
Number 12, shortstop, Dennis Strung.
And Dennis Strung, the shortstop, coming to the plate with Watson due up next. And popped up and down the line. It's caught by Griffin, and he'll throw it in. And that's the second out of the inning. So 2 away, and it goes down to Watson. Could both TNR Stucko and Woodlaw both put up goose eggs in the first inning?
Well, they got enough time to push that one over. Neither team's hit any of their home runs either for their 8 per game that they get to use in the A World Series.
Down the line, off the glove of Poplin. There's our first run of the contest. Watson will hold it first. It's 1-0.
Woodlaw's going to strike first and put one on the leaderboard.
Watson with an RBI. King comes around to score.
For second baseman, Steve Whaley.
And here's Whaley, the second baseman. And Whaley right back up the middle, and a nice grab there by the middle infielder. Mike Martin tags the bag to retire the side, but it's Woodlaw scoring first. They're up 1-0 as we played one here at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Leading off at the top of the second for TNR, number 12, center fielder Jason Branch.
I hear where you been.
Jason Branch, leadoff single. As we welcome you back, Rick. Got to take care of the umpires.
Well, little technical problems on, we want to make sure and pull the bats. As you saw, Don came up into the booth. We're trying to get bats out, check them. So we're running a couple of my off umpires rather than me running back and forth. He told me, go back up there with Bernie.
Hey, I'm glad to have you back. Branch is going to try it again. They have officially called it foul. And this time he hits it to the shortstop and Schroon to first. And Branch now retired, so you're going to have to cross out the 1B and mark it 6-3 in your scorebook. And here's Randall Poplin, the third baseman.
Number 22, third baseman.
Dennis Schroon, the shortstop, just picks it up, flips it over to first on a pretty close play for the first out. Top of the second, TNR Stucko, number 2 seed. Woodlaw, number 7. These teams have a potent offense. It'll be interesting to see how many runs will be scored in this game.
So far, it's been quite the opposite of what you'd think. That one lined right to Matt Arlott in center field, and there's 2 away in the inning.
Number 20, right fielder Brent Griffin.
You've got to be shocked at TNR Stucko with those big bats really being held at bay so far.
Still early in the game. I think sometimes, like you said last night, when you play late, it may take them a little extra time in their first game of the morning or their first game of the day, even though it's 11:20.
Griffin watches the second pitch, and he'll walk. I really like the way Watson pitches. Not wasting much time.
Oh, here it is. Hit it. See what you can do with it.
Here's Mike Martin, middle infielder. And Martin drives it over the shortstop for a base hit. Griffin rounds second and heads to third. And Martin's at first, and we have runners at the corners and 2 away.
TNR still yet to mark with their first run of the game. Pretty good opportunity, as Bernie said. Runners on the corners, 2 outs, top of the second. Men's Class A World Tournament. Disney's Wild World of Sports and live on USSSA.com.
Arnold at the plate and back up the middle, and we're tied at 1. Arnold, an RBI single, scoring Griffin. And it's 1-1. Here's Mike Rose, the pitcher. Chance to help out his cause.
Mike battles very hard at the mound. Sometimes he tends to argue more than stay in his game.
Yeah, Dave and I were talking about that earlier.
Of course, some people say that's what Mike's game is, to try to intimidate the umpires and, you know, do a little complaining here and there, walk around, stomp around, complain, throw his arms up. I think he should spend more time pitching.
Hammer towards the gap. Arlott gives chase and cuts it down, and that'll retire the side. TNR Stucko leaves 2 stranded, but they're able to score 1 on that RBI single by Brian Arnold, sending us to the bottom of the second. 1-1 our score here at Disney.
Off the bottom of the second, number 14 center fielder Matt Arlett.
Bottom of the second inning at Disney's Wide World of Sports. TNR Stucko has tied it at 1-1. And hit on the ground, and that's an easy first out as Arlott is retired. That'll bring up Doug Wood.
Doug Wood, the main sponsor here.
Number 5 catcher Doug Wood.
He's a lawyer and a doctor by trade, Doug Wood. Second bat of the inning, Matt Arlett grounds to first for the first out.
And line the opposite way for a base hit. Wood will come into second with a double. And that'll bring up Dean Smith, first baseman.
First baseman, number 40, Dean Smith.
One to one, and Woodlaw trying to get back on top for the second time today. First pitch is a ball. And Smith lifts it, and it's going to fall in front of Branch. Obviously, Doug Wood couldn't go anywhere, as I'm sure he assumed that might be a pop out, but Smith is safe at first, and they're at first and second with one out here in the second inning.
Tough play out there for Branch with the wind blowing in. As you can see the flag out there in left center blowing directly towards us, Bernie. Made that a tough play. I don't think he got a great jump, and that ball blew back in away from him. So Woodlaw now with runners at first and second. This Woodlaw team hails out of the Dallas, Texas area. Their bat sponsor is Combat. Once again, Mike Rose with some antics. Not pleased with the call.
Down the line and foul.
It's a popular spot right there when those bleachers jut out towards the foul line. That area catches a lot of foul balls. Our third game in the stadium, the second game live. Following this, Bud Light in Combat USA, the number 3 seed, is taking on Combat USA. They're the number 6 seed.
Back up the middle, a base hit. And the bases are loaded as Wood will hold at third. Smith is at second.
Rose unable to make the play on a ball hit right beside him to his glove hand. Wasn't able to snag it.
And Sean Burris, left fielder, coming to the plate.
Number 6 left fielder Sean Burris.
Chance for Woodlaw to do some damage.
We have yet to see a home run today. Lined right at Mabe, and Mabe is going to turn 2.
Interesting way to make that double play. Line shot falls out of his glove, throws to second for the first, over for third to the tag out. And that retired the side, Bernie.
Sends us to the third inning. 1-1 our score here at Disney.
off the top of the third, number 35, Rich Woodlaw.
It's Goulash leading off the third. And just a clarification, Danny Wood did come in to score as that one gets over the glove of Arlott, and Goulash is going to round second. He's headed to third in a leadoff triple. It is 2-1 our score. Woodlaw in the lead as Mitch Mabe comes to the plate.
A wily veteran Goulash lumbering around second into third. And Mitch Mabe. As we said, Woodlaw scored the second run of the game for them. Bases were loaded on the throw over to second for the force, and then back to third was a tag out, so that run scored before the tag out.
Tagging and scoring is Goulash, and it's 2-2. Mabe, a sacrifice fly. Here's John Dutch, the left fielder.
For 37, John Dutch.
So one out, and here's Dutch with Tim Maddox due up in the on-deck circle, and this one lined over the glove of Serplin, the third baseman. That'll go as a base hit.
John Dutch on first, a perennial all-conference player.
Now batting, Tim Maddox.
One of the leading hitters in Conference USSSA. One of the leading hitters on TNR Stucko out of Florida.
Tim Maddox looks at a ball. And it's 2-0. There's a called strike.
Umpires for today's game behind the plate, Jason Oberlag from Little Rock.
Base hit. Arlott tracks it down near the fence, and a double for Tim Maddox.
And Tony Walzak is out on the bases.
So Dutch to third, Maddox to second, and Dustin Roberts is at the plate. Roberts looks at a ball, and this one cranked towards left field. You can forget all about it. A 3-run home run for TNR Stucko, as Roberts comes through in the clutch.
Jason Oberlag, the plate umpire, has pulled one of the bats from TNR Stucko. As we said, we have the bat testing machine here this week, and we'll be pulling bats randomly throughout the event. Hopefully these guys put away the bats that maybe have a little extra juice to them.
Branch opposite way and foul. You got one of those up here. You said I might be even able to hit a home run with it, right?
You might, Bernie. We'll go out there when the games are over tonight, and I'll pitch you a few.
I still doubt it. Former collegiate swimmer, I don't think hitting home runs is in my repertoire.
Well, I was known more for base hitting than power myself.
Branch pops it up. And what a play over the shoulders. And a sliding grab for the second out.
Dennis Schrum, the shortstop, turns his back, runs straight out to left field over the shoulder. Great catch, another web gem.
Poplin, number
So here's
22.
Poplin at the plate with 2 outs, and it's 5-2.
Shortstop Dennis Schrum and Jebby King, the middle infielder, have as many years together as anybody.
Poplin turns on it, and he has a solo shot. So a 5-run third inning.
Randall Poplin with a home run brings up number 3 middle infielder. Excuse me, right fielder, number 20.
Stucko beginning to loosen up, free swinging a little bit more.
And Griffin drives it all the way to the wall, where Burris is able to make the play to retire the side, but not before TNR Stucko tacks on 5 in the top of the third. It's 6-2 here at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Number 2, Brad Clay.
And so Woodlaw trails 6-2. Bottom of the third inning.
Top of the third, Stucko pushed across 5 runs on 4 hits. 1 runner left.
Clay grounds it to Maddox, and Maddox across the diamond for the first out here in the third inning. That'll bring up King.
As I said, Jebby King, the middle infielder, and Dennis Schrum played this game a long, long time. The slick fielding Jebby King.
On the ground, King throws it to first. And that's the second out of the inning.
Goulash plays it on the hop over there at first. Nice grab to make it 2 away.
Number 12, Dennis Schrum.
And here's Schrun, the shortstop. The pitch, and it's a long fly ball towards center field. And Branch makes the play, and it's a 1-2-3 third inning for Woodlawn, sending us to the fourth. 6-2 our score. Mike Martin will lead things off here in the top of the 4th inning. TNR Stucko up 6-2.
Brian Arnold on deck and Mike Rose in the hole. As the bottom 3 batters in TNR Stucko's lineup will lead off here in the 4th inning, Bernie. A low-scoring 6-2 game.
It's more like what I'm used to. 1 away.
Well, I think Dave was going to ask you earlier, how do you compare the slow pitch game to what you normally call?
A lot more offense.
Yeah, quite a bit more offense.
Arnold, number 14.
Here's Arnold.
And that's the name of the game. We a lot of offense in here, but you know, you can see defense plays a big part. You can't afford to give them extra outs, as we saw what happened to off-regular Mike in last game.
Popped up short right field, and Clay makes the play. Have to certainly apologize to all the veterans of the sport, as this is the first time I've ever seen slow pitch in my entire life.
22.
You're taking to it very well, Bernie.
And we're enjoying ourselves. We're having a good time here as Rose comes to the plate with 2 away. Similar to SEC baseball, but the runs
Little
coming
more
in bundles.
little more offense in this game.
And if I could only get the managers in the dugouts to actually write their lineup where it's legible, we might be able to get some names right as well.
Well, that happens to all of us, Bernie.
2 outs and Rose is at the plate. And Rose hits it down the line. This one is going to fall right on the line. A double for Rose.
Umpire Jason Oberlag, the pride of Arkansas, hustling all the way down to make the call right beside third base. Excellent hustle. That ball landed on the chalk line.
Rich Goulash, number 35.
Here's Rich Goulash.
Banged a triple last time up, as we said. He lumbered around second into third with a stand-up triple.
Mabe due up next. He's in the on-deck circle.
Looking for Goulash to hit it over the right side between first and second. They've got the shift on the left side.
And drill towards right field, and Clay made a great effort, but the ball popped out of his glove, and Rose is going to come around to score. Goulash a single to go along with his double in the third. It's 7-2.
As I said, the veteran pushing it over to the right side. Nice diving try out there.
Mabe again testing Clay in right field, and Clay a long run, and they'll call it foul. So Mabe will have to come back to the plate. They're making Clay get a workout there in right field.
Brad Clay may want to walk around a little bit. That's 2 times he's dove on the ground. And he throws his glove out and tries to shake the sand out of his britches down there. Another hustling play by Jason Oberlag, our plate umpire. It's one of the key things. The umpires get out on the play, run down the line so they can see if it's fair or foul. You don't need to reach out and touch someone call. You need to be right on top.
Mabe at the plate with a runner on first, and behind the back the pitch, and again Clay down the line, and that time it's a fair ball. Goulash is going to round third. He'll score, as Mitch Mabe testing that right field line all day long.
Goulash comes diving in to score on the double by Mabe, and another diving try by Brad Clay. That's 3 times in a row they worked the line down there.
Eight to 2 our score, with John Dutch coming to the plate. 2 for 2 on the day with 2 singles. runner in scoring position.
Dutch bats third in the lineup for TNR Stucko for a reason. As I said earlier, perennial all-conference and an all-tournament player.
On the ground, and the middle infielder was perfectly positioned, and Mabe is caught off the bag, and they're going to call him safe. King was in a great spot to make that play, but ball ate him up.
Wasn't able to come with it cleanly. Fires it over to third. Mitch Mabe with a step or two off, just able to get his foot back in at third.
Number 22, Tim Maddox.
So that goes down as an error, and here's the cleanup hitter, Tim Maddox, the shortstop. First pitch is a ball. Hit towards the gap, and it'll go all the way to the wall. Burris fields it off the wall. They are going to wave around Dutch, and the throw to the plate is waiting for him. Great tag there by Doug Wood, and a great relay throw in as TNR Stucko able to tack on only 3 there in the 4th inning. They're up 9-2 as we head to the bottom of the 4th here at Champion Stadium.
Number 22, Lloyd Watson.
And so Watson leads off here in the 4th inning from Disney's Wide World of Sports and Champion Stadium. It's 9-2 TNR Stucko. Swung on and hit towards center field, and that's an easy first out.
Yep, in the top half of the 4th inning, Stucko had pushed across 3 runs to make it 9 on 4 hits. A couple of runners left on base. So it's 9-2 in the bottom half of the 4th with 1 away. Men's Class A World Tournament live at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Watson is retired, and that'll bring up Steve Whaley. And the first pitch inside for a ball. And back-to-back pitches miss. And this one hit back up the middle. A base hit with 1 out. And Matt Arlott coming to the plate. Woodlaw has their work cut out for him. Trailing 9-2.
14, Matt Arlett.
Arlett, the center fielder for Woodlaw, has a chance to cut the deficit down to 5.
Great day for softball here in Central Florida. And a walk has been issued. So 2 on. And here's Doug Wood.
Doug Wood made a nice play, tagging out the runner coming around, trying to score the extra run from TNR Stucko in the top half of the 4th inning. He hung right in there at catcher. Actually, they got a pinch hitter,
Yeah,
Kevin Ballard.
Now batting number 18, Kevin Ballard.
Ballard is going to pinch hit. The left-hander in the box with 2 on.
Maybe Doug was tired from making that great play.
Could be. On the ground and a base hit. 1 run will score. And they'll hold at 2nd and 3rd. It's 9-3.
Bernie, if you take a look at down the lines, Disney has put up our extra set of fencing to cut that gap off. And I think that was important to keep the ball in play from just going through there. It can rattle around. We'll see what takes place.
Dean Smith at the plate with a runner on 2nd and 3rd. And Rose struggling with his control here in the bottom of the 4th inning. On the ground, but foul.
This is where Rose can tend to get in a bit of trouble. He's already walked 1 this inning.
Driven towards Branch in center field. And
nice throw in from
great
Branch.
throw by Branch.
He's known to have a rifle arm. He showed it off right there, catches it in medium center field and fires a bullet on the fly to Dustin Roberts, the catcher, and holds the runner at 3rd.
And Preston Sumplin coming to the plate with 2 on and 2 outs. Rose trying to get out of this 4th inning. It's 9-3. The lowest scoring ball game we've had so far, Rick.
Yes, indeed. Woodlaw with 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, a 0 in the 3rd, and 1 so far here in the bottom of the 4th. Only 3 runs in, losing to Stucco by the score of 9-3.
Hit towards center field. Branch backpedals, and there's plenty of room as he makes the play to retire the side. Woodlaw able to score only a run. It's 9-3 as we head to the 5th at Champion Stadium.
Nice shot, Ballard.
And a home run, a solo shot, beginning the 5th inning.
That was Dustin Roberts taking it over the left field wall.
Back-to-back home runs for Roberts.
10 runs now in for TNR Stucko. We move into the top half, the 5th.
And Jason Branch, center fielder, flies one to left field, and just enough room for Sean Burris to make the play. And there's one out here in the inning. Plenty of softball action for you today here on USSSA.com.
Our next game will be between the number 3 seed Bud Light, and they'll take on the number 6 seed Combat USA.
King making the play for the second out. You wonder how tired Bud Light is. They were here right with us, right until the end.
Well, if you notice in the bracket, when we drew the bracket, we gave them a 12:30 start because there was that possibility they'd be out late. Wantanabe came and played at 9:30. Woodlaw plays here at 11 with Stucko. We gave Bud Light the latest starting time for the winners bracket.
Griffin is at the plate.
Our executive director, CEO Don DeDonatis, wanted to give all the teams, especially the top 4 seeds, every chance to play in the stadium so it could be seen live at USSSA.com.
Oh, what a play, Burris! And we're waiting for the official ruling, but I'm assuming that should be the 3rd out of the inning, and that's the way it goes down.
Yes,
what
indeed.
A play.
That's one of those plays we talk about at the fence. If you catch it and then it carries you through or over the fence, you have an out. If it's less than 2 outs, each runner on base will advance 1. So here in the top of the 5th, Stucko pushed across 1 run on Dustin Roberts' home run to take a 10-3 lead as we go into the bottom of the 5th here at Champions Stadium.
Jump on the train! Hey, get off the plane, let's go! Get off the plane, let's go! Sharpie, he's strong, hitting him out, let's go!
And Woodlawn batting in the bottom of the 5th inning.
I believe that's number 6, the left fielder, Sean Burris, to lead it off.
He's the one that made that brilliant play to retire the inning as that one hit to the middle infielder, and is our first out here in the 5th.
A 1 hopper to Mike Martin, routine right over to first. 1 up, 1 down. Disney's scoreboard doesn't reflect the run from Stucko. I'm sure they haven't hit 8 home runs. And Dustin Roberts led off the last inning with a run.
Yep. One out, nobody on. Woodlaw in a little bit of trouble here, trailing by 6, but we've seen plenty of innings so far with 6 or more runs in them.
No lead is safe in slow pitch softball.
The opposite way and foul. Brad McLean at the plate. And it's hit towards the gap. Here comes Branch, and he'll let it fall for a base hit. And so there's a runner aboard here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And here's King coming to the plate. And they're going to bring Brad Clay, who will re-enter back in his spot and run at first. One out, one on, as Woodlaw trying to climb back from this 7-run deficit. Schroon due up next. On the ground, could be a double play. 5, middle infielder 3, but they're safe at first, and there's 2 away.
We've seen a number of close calls down there at first, and Jebby King hustling in to beat the throw, only getting 1, so that's 2 outs here. And Woodlaw is in jeopardy of being shut out again here in the bottom of the 5th.
Only a run in the bottom of the 1st, a run in the 2nd, and 1 run scored in the 4th inning. They have yet to score multiple runs in 1 inning. As Schroon's at the plate, he's 0 for 2 today. Flew out to right and flew out to left. And this time he's going to get his first base hit of the ball game. Branch tracks it down in center field. And Schroon in with a stand-up double. And there's 2 in scoring position. King on 3rd and Schroon on 2nd. And here's your cleanup hitter in Watson.
Your veteran shortstop, Dennis Schroon,
22, Lloyd Watson.
puts runners at 2nd and 3rd. Watson has a chance to make it a 10-6 ball game.
Rose taking his time. Rose offers it, and Watson hits it towards center field. Branch able to track it down, and that'll retire the side. Woodlaw has left 2 stranded here in the 5th. Second time today, Woodlaw has put up a 0. It's 10-3 here on USSSA.com.
off, number 3, Mike Martin.
Sixth inning from Champion Stadium, 10-3. TNR Stucko on top, Mike Martin coming to the plate. And Martin sends it towards right field, and Clay takes a couple steps back, and that's the first out of the inning.
Finally, they hit one to Brad Clay that he doesn't have to dive for. Has a chance to just make a routine play.
And here's Arnold. With one out. Mike Rose due up next. And Arnold hits it hard and into center field, and Matt Arlett able to make the play. But there's a base hit here in the sixth inning, and Mike Rose coming to the plate.
Number 22, Mike Rose.
Hey guys, hey, 10-3. They hit one in on They hit one in the game. Let's go. Come on. Work him now, kid. Work him. Let's go.
Pinch hitting for Rose, number 26, Jeff Turnbull.
And we got a pinch hitter at the plate. And a walk has been issued, and that'll bring us back to the top of the lineup. And Rich Goulash. Two on and one out.
Rich Goulash, number 35.
Here in the sixth inning. There's a called strike, evening the count. Hit well, and it's going to fall in front of Arlett and bounce over the fence. That'll score a run. And a ground rule double for Goulash, who's on second here in the sixth inning. It's 11-3, and here's Mitch Mabe.
Number 16, Mitch Mabe.
And Mabe hits it on the ground, and that one is overthrown over the head of Dean Smith. And Mabe is on second as another run has crossed the plate to make it 12-3. And here is John Dutch.
John Dutch, number 37.
And Dutch hits it a long way, and what a play there for Clay. As TNR Stucko will tag and score another run. Mabe advances to third after Goulash scores. And a sacrifice for Dutch, and here's Tim Maddox. 13-3. TNR Stucko up on Woodlaw. And a long fly ball caught by Clay, and that retires the side, but not before TNR Stucco tacks on 3 more, sending us to the bottom of the 6th. 13-3 is our score here at Champion Stadium.
For our 12:30 game today, have the roster from Combat USA. Need the lineup card for their opponent. That's for the 12:30 game. Thank you. Leading off for Woodlaw in the bottom of the 6th, number 4, Steve Whaley.
Rick, welcome back to our broadcast.
Yeah, I've had as concerned one of my umpires, Don Toto Lombard, is cramping up on the back fields, but I think they've got it taken care of for right now. And we're back in the booth with TNR Stucco stretching their lead to 13-3 with a 10-run lead as Woodlaw bats here in the bottom of the 6th.
And it's Steve Whaley leading off the inning here in the bottom of the 6th. Woodlaw trails by 10. And hit on the nose, but right at Griffin. And that's an easy out. It's 13-3. Matt Arlett, center fielder, coming to the plate.
Number 14, Matt Arlett.
And the first pitch inside goes down as a ball. And back-to-back pitches miss for Rose. It's been the lowest scoring contest that we've seen right here at Champion Stadium.
A bit unusual with Woodlaw only scoring 3 runs so far.
Arlett walks, and that brings up Doug Wood.
back in the game. A pinch hit for him in the fourth inning. And now Doug's back in the game.
Doug Wood at the plate. We've yet to see a home run today for Woodlaw, as Griffin has his second put out here in the 6th inning.
Woodlaw in jeopardy of being shut out again for the 3rd inning of the game. They scored no runs in the 3rd, no runs in the 5th, and in the 1st, 2nd, 4th, all they plated was 1 run in each of those innings. That's why you see them losing or behind here, 13-3.
That'll bring up Dean Smith.
Here's where we stand. We're right here in the 11 o'clock game in the bottom of the 6th. Our 12:30 game, Bud Light will take on Combat USA. The losers brackets are going off in the back.
And finally, we see our first home run of the contest for Woodlaw. Dean Smith with a round tripper. And it's 13-5.
Number 26, Preston Sumplin.
Hit towards center. Branch has it. He's been very active today. Woodlaw able to score 2. It's 13-5 as we head to the final inning here on day number 2 of the 2009 USSSA Slow Pitch World Series.
After 6 innings, 13-5, TNR Stucko.
TNR Stucko, last chance to add to their advantage. They're up 13-5.
Now batting number 33, Jeremy Clark.
Jeremy Clark was just announced, but I have Dustin Roberts at the plate.
Yeah, that's Dustin, number 33.
And it's popped up and taken in left field. 1 out here in the 7th inning.
TNR Stucko carries an 8-run lead here into the 7th. Even though they may be leading, it doesn't seem like they've really hit the ball that well, Bernie. Neither team, especially Woodlaw, because in the bottom of the 6th, it's the first time today they've scored more than 1 run, and they only scored 2.
Here's Branch. And Branch, a line drive, and what a play by Steve Whaley as he lays out and throws it over to get the 2nd out of the inning. That'll go down as one of the better defensive stabs we've seen today.
Number 22, Randall Poplin.
88 degrees currently in Lake Buena Vista. It feels like it's 96.
We have a pinch hitter, Donnie Burkhalter, will bat here in the top half of the 7th inning.
We're going to see a home run here?
Donnie's been known to hit it a long way. We'll see. Right off the bench into action. Let's see. Burkhalter, the batter.
Now batting number 24, Bobby Burkhalter.
There's a called strike. That went way outside. Waits on it and grounds it to third. And it is a very quick 1-2-3, top of the 7th. It's 13-5. Woodlaw down to their final 3 outs here in this contest.
Leading off in the bottom of the 7th, number 34, Jeremy Clark.
Clark leads off the bottom of the 7th inning. Woodlaw trailing 13-5. They're down to their final 3 outs in this contest. TNR Stucko, you picked them as your favorite, left in the winner side of the bracket. And they're looking to advance and play the winner of this next contest, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, they'll play the winner of Bud Light and Combat USA. It's the semifinals of the winner's bracket. Blitz Wantanabe to play the winner of TaylorMade GTL. I don't have a score from the back. I can't tell you who won that game. But as we race on to the finals of the winner's bracket tonight at 6:30, we have plenty of action on USSSA.com with our professional announcer, Mr. Bernie Gunther.
Well, it's good to be with you for my first ever slow pitch softball contest that I've even ever witnessed in my life. As Clark hits it the opposite way and gone for a home run. So that helps. Obviously you need a few more than just one swing of the bat, but it does make it 13-6.
Well, we talk about it every game. They do have the lead in single digits.
Number 2, Brad Clay.
Here's Brad Clay. And Clay cranks it to center and right at Branch. And there's our first out here in the 7th inning.
As you said last inning, Bernie, Branch quite busy in center field. Covers a lot of ground out there. Excellent fielder and a rifle arm. And TNR Stucko,
Now batting number 9,
2 outs away from advancing.
And we're going to get a chance to see another pinch hitter for Woodlaw. Cottle coming to the plate. Adrian Cottle. On the ground, Maddox over to first, and there's 2 away.
Goulash with the stretch, and he may have pulled something. He's gimping. He throws the ball away. He's not happy. He tosses his glove down, and Rich Goulash is trying to walk it off in obvious pain. And Bernie, that's not good when you have 2 outs here in the 7th. And saving grace may be they don't play again if they can hold on to win until 3:30 right back here in the stadium.
Number 12, Dennis Strum.
And here is Dennis Strum. I apologize for calling him Shroon today, but the lineup that I gave him was written so sloppy, it's almost impossible to see the names of these guys.
Yeah, I'm looking at a copy of it right here. I can certainly understand. And I'm not sure who did that.
Same thing with Arlette. It looks like Arlott.
Yeah, and he looks like an O. And I'm not sure who wrote that, if it was Doug Wood or one of his players.
Got to take him back to a handwriting class.
And they printed it too.
Two outs, bottom of the 7th, 13-6.
Goulash still in a lot of pain, as you can see down there at first, hands on his knees, wincing in pain. Hopefully he'll be fine.
But TNR Stucko, they're 1 out away from advancing, and this should do it. Whoa, it gets through both Poplin and Maddox.
A CNI hopper that hops right between them.
Now batting number 22, Lloyd Watson.
And here's Lloyd Watson.
You know, Poplin and Maddox are kicking themselves. That would have retired the side. And they'd have got off the field to get ready for their next game. But now, however, they've got to retire Watson.
And I don't think Watson is going to go quietly. It's a long fly ball, but Dutch able to corral it. And TNR Stucco advances. They're going to take on either Bud Light or Combat USA coming up later today at 3:30. 13-6 our final score here at Champion Stadium. Stay with us. USSSA.com will continue their coverage of the 2009 USSSA Slow Pitch World Series from Champion Stadium right after this. We'll be right back in about 15 minutes.
world of sports at our 12:30 game here at the stadium. This game features Combat USA from Seattle, Washington, and Bud Light TPS Line Drive from Plymouth, Michigan.
Here we go.
Leading off, number 20, Tony Mack.
Tony Mack to lead things off. Bud Light and Combat USA battling here in our third telecast of the contest. And Tony Mack at the plate for this Bud Light team out of Michigan against Combat from Seattle, Washington. And right back to the pitcher. And there's one away as that one was lined right at Rob, I believe it's Cena.
Bernie, they're actually pulling that bat, which is standard procedure usually when it goes back at the pitcher. The umpire will pull the bat so that it can actually be tested and make sure it's all within the legal limits.
Well, there has been a change in the scoring from one day to the next. At least what we've seen so far is Joey Gordon comes to the plate. And Gordon looks at a called strike. Pitch misses inside.
Well, just to go back to your comment, though, there's a few factors that can play into effect here with that. You know, the ball not be reacting in this heat as well as you see TNR and both Woodlaw left some home runs on both their tables before that game ended prior to us, and the scoring's obviously changed, and the heat might be getting to these players as well, especially like these Michigan teams in Seattle. They're not used to this type of weather.
Now we have reached 90 degrees as this one lined up the middle. Puckett with a base hit, and there's two on with one out. And a great throw as I'm not sure
Yeah, the right
what Gordon
fielder
was
just
thinking.
made an outstanding throw there as he came around just trying to wheel over to third, and he just pushed that tag right on him. It was just on the money.
So there's 2 away.
Chris Kirian.
And here's Chris Kirian, second baseman for this Bud Light squad. Instead of having 2 on with 1 out, there's 1 on with 2 outs. And it is going to be caught in left field, and that'll retire the side. Long fly ball and a quick inning here in the first. Combat comes to the plate when we come back. And so Combat USA out of Seattle, Washington, a chance to strike first in the contest as we're in the bottom of the first inning here at Disney's Wide World of Sports. Quick inning for Bud Light.
Combat USA in the bottom of the first. Number 12, Mario Granados.
And Mario Granados leading off for Combat USA. And it's line foul down the line.
Well, Bernie, as we were talking during the break, these teams are actually playing with the ZN40 core this weekend with the 305 fence that's been temporarily put up out here in the stadium. Cause being because the back 2 diamonds are only 305, so you want to just keep an even playing field across the board for these higher seeds that are playing on the stadium.
And there's a base hit.
As you can see, he hit that one right back up the middle at the pitcher, and they've gone ahead and pulled that bat as well. The umpires seem to be pretty adamant about testing the bats this weekend, making sure to keep everyone honest as possible.
Here's Julio Salazar. Yeah, a lot of bat testing going on today. There's a walk. 2 on, nobody out, not the start that Bud Light had envisioned as they were blanked in the top of the first inning.
Number 2, Ronnie Fields.
Here's Ronnie Fields.
Well, at least Bud Light got a little bit of later game time today. They were our last broadcast last night. Probably not getting out of here till close to about 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Just like us.
Yeah, it was definitely a late night.
Fields cranks it down the line. Can the ballpark hold it? No. 3-run home run combat. Strikes first here at Disney, and it's 3-0.
Ronnie Fields with a 3-run home run.
Yeah, that's one of the few home runs we've seen here today on this park. Wind's kind of blowing in a little bit from center field. Definitely keeping that ball nice and high, but he put a good spin on it, and that's what'll happen when you strike it.
That'll bring up Kyle Decker.
Number 32, Kyle Decker.
With Charles Cunningham due up next.
Well, Combat USA strikes first in the bottom of the first here.
Good positioning by the Bud Light infield, and there's our first out of the inning.
Yeah, it's something that's a little different for you, Bernie. We were talking about that earlier yesterday, and through the course of most games, how the middle infielder actually plays an impact in the game.
Yeah, big impact there. Willie Allen in the right place at the right time for sure. And there's a ground out. Here's Cunningham.
Yeah, with the control these players have to be able to place the ball where they want, hitting up the middle is usually a pretty common thing in these games, especially at the higher levels. And as you can see, that middle infielder, if you position it correctly, you'll always see the pitcher turn around, talking to everyone, trying to get him assorted to what he can play by memory of what the last batter has done.
And obviously, I'm sure these two teams know each other very well.
Oh, yeah, I believe we have 18 or 19 A teams here in the USSSA World Series, and they've battled all year long to get here and played against each other, won, lost. I mean, they go back and forth. I mean, obviously you have a couple that stick out, but like you've seen yesterday with Gene Shop, anyone's on any given day liable to come out and take it away from you. And
wow.
15, Eli Aguilar.
looks like both bats that were tested, that were pulled from Combat USA, are just being returned to the team, so they must have checked out okay. Because usually if it will fall below our requirements, it will be pulled and kept by USSSA National Office, and then from there we'll go on to further testing depending upon what had happened with the bat being pulled and reason being.
Hit towards right center in the gap, and it's over the wall for a home run.
Well, that's Combat USA's second home run.
Eli Aguilar.
Like Rick has emphasized numerous times, that was a solo home run, so that's probably not ideally what they want to do. But with this wind blowing in today, I don't know. If you can hit it out, you might want to take advantage of it at the time. As you've seen with the scoring, these games haven't really gone too high. And
Sammy Christensen at the plate with two away. Pitches way inside Ricky Sills. On the mound, as that one's back up the middle, and it's Combat on a tear.
yeah, this Combat USA team really isn't too afraid to shoot the middle on these guys now, are they?
No, they've been very effective.
Now batting number 24, Dexter Avery.
And that brings up Dexter Avery. Good stop by Mack. but he can't halt Avery in a base hit.
It's a little too hot for him to handle to turn the play there. Good hustle moving down to second base.
And down the line into right field, and it one hops in front of Nick Musselman. Another runner is scored as Christensen comes around. And there's 2 on with 2 out, and it's 5-0. And here's Rob Cena. Combat, crushing him not only with a long ball, but with the singles as well.
Yeah, they seem to show a well-rounded offensive start here, being able to shut Bud Light down in the top of the inning, showing their defensive strengths and really pulling ahead right now.
And again towards right field, and again Musselman gets the play, but Avery will score. And it's 6-0. And they batted all the way around here in the first inning. As we're at the bottom of the lineup. And an opposite way base hit to Wetmore. The bases are loaded.
Well, this would definitely be a good opportunity to use one of your home runs here, obviously with the bases being juiced. As Robert always emphasizes on, it's almost like a chess match with these guys, getting only 8 home runs and being able to utilize them to get the most out of each at bat.
It's 6-0. Bud Light was blanked in the top of the first, and Combat has roared back to score 6 runs here in the bottom. And they're going to tack on a couple more. It'll fall in front of Berline. 2 runs are in, and Tony Mack needed to make a diving play just to keep another run from scoring. 8-0. Here's Julio Salazar, who walked and scored. Runners on the corners. And it's ripped down the line. And nice play there by Jason Wetmore. Great job of patrolling left field. That retires the side, but not before Combat's able to tack on 8. Sending us to the second, 8-0 here at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Leading off the top of the second for Bud Light, number 8, first baseman, Todd Peace.
Bud Light, their work cut out for them. They trail by 8. Todd Peace is at the plate. And that's the most explosive inning I think we've seen so far on this day today, David.
Yeah, definitely. They were spraying it around real good, utilizing all the field and hitting them little bloopers in and letting them move around. Couple long balls as well.
And a bouncing ball over the shortstop for a base hit for Todd Peace. Here's Nick Musselman.
You definitely can't count Bud Light out of this game yet. I mean, it is only 8, and as you've seen in the slow pitch game, it's very offensive, and this can go with a half an inning. It can change extremely quick.
Yeah, we've seen some gigantic innings so far, and certainly Bud Light could get it all back right here in the top of the second. He started off with back-to-back base hits. Musselman is aboard at first, Peace is at second, and here's Tyler Burline.
Yeah, nice shot up the middle there for Musselman.
Number 21, center fielder, Tyler Burline.
We've seen Tyler last night. He was taking the ball deep. I think he hit about 2 home runs for Bud Light out of their 8 last night. Definitely got a lot of power, good young athlete.
Great play there at short on the line out. And there's 1 out here.
Well, it looks like Ricky Robo got to these Disney crews. If you can see, actually our temporary fence has been closed off. So it might actually help with some of those incidents we've seen where down the foul line. It's tough to judge if it actually would go over the fence or just be, you know, actually where the player can make the catch for the out.
Absolutely. We saw one of those instances on a number of occasions last night. A couple of ground rule doubles called on what may have been more than just that, as it went all the way into the corner.
Yeah, as Robo's pointed out numerous times, I mean, if it gets down there and rattles around, they can run around forever. Quick reaction there from the pitcher to go ahead and snag that one.
Yeah, seen a great grab. And back-to-back lineouts bring up Willie Allen.
Number 1, midfielder, Willie Allen.
The middle infielder.
At least from our vantage point, you can really start to feel that breeze blowing in.
Yeah, another great day for softball here in Central Florida. 2 on, 2 out, and here's Allen. And Allen dances a slow roller that just sneaks by the entire infield. That certainly wasn't the hardest hit ball we'll see all day long, but it does the job. That's the 3rd base hit of the inning.
That juices the bases there for Bud Light.
Third baseman, number 18, Josh Frank.
That brings up Josh Frank, the 3rd baseman.
Definitely be another one of those good opportunities for them to utilize the long ball here and cut this lead in half.
Back up the middle. Great grab by the middle infielder, and the throw made to second in time. That retires the side. Bud Light leaves the maximum, and they've put up 0 so far in the contest. 8-0 our score here on USSSA.com.
the second for Combat, number 2, Ronnie Fields.
Before it's the bottom of the second inning, Combat leads it 8-0. Surprising result for Bud Light, one of our top seeded teams, to trail early in this contest as Ronnie Field flies it out to Wetmore.
Yeah, Bud Light putting up 2 goose eggs at the top of both the first and second inning. You really won't see that much out of this team.
Number 32, Kyle Decker.
That'll bring up Kyle Decker, who grounded out in his first plate appearance. We'll be with you all day long here, and of course again tomorrow for Championship Sunday at Champion Stadium. And the pitch missed outside. And it's 2-0. And that one laced, and it's caught on one hop by Wetmore in left field. And there's a single. We've seen them come in bundles for this Combat squad. Last inning, most of the damage was done with the singles.
Number 21.
They did get 2 home runs, though, Dave.
Yeah, they did utilize the long ball a couple times.
Charles Cunningham towards the gap and all the way to the wall. And they're going to wave around Decker, and he'll score, and it's 9-0.
As you kind of see out there in that play, it took a hop off that temporary fence, and it actually got away from your left fielder. So it kind of gave the opportunity for that run to come in.
So a double for Cunningham.
Number 15, Eli Aguilar.
And here's Eli Aguilar, who hit a home run in his last plate appearance.
Combat USA just still plugging away. They will not go quietly out of this game.
First pitch is going to be a foul out. Todd Peace over at first makes the play for the second out of the inning. That's rare after seeing a home run.
Now batting number 35, Sammy Christensen.
And here's Sammy Christensen. Ignited 6 singles in a row, and he'll try to get it started again. Base hit. They're waving around Cunningham, and a throw to second is going to hop over Tony Mack's head. So Christensen is in there safely.
That'll actually score another run for Combat.
And they're the first to reach double digits. It's 10-0.
Number 24, Dexter Avery.
Here's Avery. Christensen on second, trying to add to Combat's 10-run lead. And driven towards center field. Burline looks up, and it's gone. 4 runs tacked on by Combat here in the second. It's 12-0.
That he did. Well struck ball hit dead to center field against the wind.
Salcedo coming to the plate, singled and scored his last time up. And he gives this one a ride. Musselman looks back, and it's over the fence as Musselman crashes through. Back-to-back home runs for Combat. And it's 13-0.
We actually seen Musselman do about the same thing last night. If you haven't gotten up close to that guy, he's a really tall dude. I mean, he's obviously trying to utilize his height and the ability of that flex fence being there. And just that time, he was just a little bit short.
Here's the pitcher, Rob Cena. Singled and scored in his last at bat. Two outs, and it's lined right to Tony Mack, and that'll retire the side, but not before Combat tacks on 5. It's 13-0 as we head to the third inning here at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
It was number 10, Ricky Sills.
One pitch, one out. Sills is retired. We're back to the top of the lineup here in the third. Tony Mack, who lined out in his first plate appearance. Bud Light hasn't scored yet. Our score is correct. It is 13-0. There's a base hit. Bud Light had the bases loaded in that last half inning and was unable to score a run. As here's Joey Gordon coming to the plate.
Joey Gordon.
Yeah, Bud Light definitely taking a couple innings here to shake the cobwebs out of everything and really get their offense starting to work.
Last night they were scoring runs in bundles. Called strike. And Bud Light's going to score their first run of the contest as Mack comes around to score. And it's 13-1.
Sometimes that's all a team needs is just to get that first run across the plate, and it'll just light a firecracker under everyone else, and they'll start moving along. Hopefully that we'll see that here from Bud Light.
So 13-1 our score with Gordon on first and Puckett Grounded to second, or short rather, and there's the first out at second. Was the initial call, and they're going to stay with it. So Gordon is out.
Definitely a good job by Gordon, though, sliding in there to second, break up that double play. Seems we got a little bit of controversy on the play. Gordon's still staying out by second. Bud Light coach is actually coming out to talk with the officials at this time. I think the actual debate is when he actually slid, broke up that double play, the second baseman actually fell and dropped that ball, but he had already made the tag, so I mean.
So here's Chris Kirian as Combat looking for another quick inning. What a victory it would be for them if they would play 3 innings without a crooked number placed on the scoreboard for their opposition. The pitch driven towards center field, and there is enough room in this ballpark to retire the side. Bud Light gets one. They strand one, sending us to the bottom of the third. 13-1 our score on USSSA.com.
Leading off the bottom of the third for Combat USA, number 3, Chente Granados.
Granados is at the plate, and he swings at the first pitch and lifts it towards right field. Musselman has it off his glove. He crashes through the fence, and Granados is going to hold at third.
Musselman actually still down out there. He face planted right through that fence. Actually, again, like we've been talking about this temporary fence, since he wasn't able to get back up, he was caught up in the fence. It gave time for the batter to actually get a stand-up triple on the play because the center field had to come over and pick up the ball to actually throw it into the infield.
Great effort by the outfielders in right field.
Here's Granados' brother, Mario, at the plate.
Number 12, Mario Granados.
13-1. Combat. And a little bit of an upset here at Champion Stadium. On the ground, good glove there by Frank, and he throws it to first on his knees for one. But Granados is able to score, and it's 14-1. That'll bring up Julio Salazar.
Combat USA's starting off right where they left off in the previous innings. Real problem for Bud Light here is if they don't get in and start putting some runs up, they don't have the hammer at the end of the game. actually just got a text message from Jeff Wallace, the catcher from Rismondo, one of the major teams. Just wanted to give a shout out to him. Said he's enjoying the broadcast and watching all these great games.
Oh, we'll be excited to see him on this big stage in a couple of weeks.
Looks like they're having some trouble with that temporary fence out there in right field as Musselman tries to get it to at least stand back up.
And a high fly ball to right field. Musselman makes the play, and there's 2 away. Here's Ronnie Field.
Number 2, Ronnie Field.
And Fields at the plate with 2 away. It's 14-1. And another high fly ball towards Musselman in right field, and he makes the play at the warning track, and that retires the side. Only a run pushed across by Combat here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, sending us to the 4th. 14-1 our score. Todd Peace batting. Rick Robertson back with us on the broadcast. And I'm sure you were surprised when he got back up here in the booth to see that our score here is 14-1.
A little bit surprising. Bud Light usually scores a lot of runs. When I come back and I see just with a 8 runs, 5 and 1 for Combat, taking that lead. It's amazing.
Nick Musselman is at the plate. He singled in his last at bat.
Found out when I went to the backfields, GTL run rule tailor-made. That's GTL run ruling tailor-made. They will face Blitz Wantanabe in our next game here at the stadium, semifinals of the winners bracket. And Bud Light, the 3 seed, and Combat, the 6 seed, are facing each other as we speak.
1 away here in the 4th.
21, Tyler Beerline.
And Beerline at the plate. A couple upsets this year for you.
Wow,
that
yeah.
keeps things interesting, right?
Definitely. Most competitive tournament of the year.
Peace advances to second, a base hit back up the middle. And here is Jason Wetmore.
HAS, the loser of the first game we had in the stadium yesterday against TaylorMade, went to the losers bracket, beat Primetime, and they were in the process of beating ONF's Pavs. They were up by 6 in the 7th when I left, and I didn't check to see what Gene Shop had been doing. They are the #1 seed and off regularly Mikan 27-26 yesterday evening, put them in the losers bracket. Back-to-back champions.
And if you want another chance to get a look at Gene Shop here on our telecast, you have to wait till later today, and Gene Shop's got their work cut out for them, certainly just to get back to where they have a chance to be televised.
Now they needed to win 3 in a row. They needed to win the...
Back to the pitcher. And they're able to turn to the hard way. Great defense. 1-6-3 double play ends the inning. Combat up 14-1 here on USSSA.com.
Number 32, Kyle Decker.
So Combat back to work, up by 13. And if they could score a couple of runs, Bud Light would be down to their final 3 outs.
The cleanup hitter, Kyle Decker, Combat USA.
Frank to first, 1 away.
2-hopper to third, no problem. 1 out. I'll say this, Combat USA was impressive in Colorado's NIT. They finished second to Rismondo, major team. They played them well, had a chance to beat them. They've been peaking at the right time, Bernie, and they could make a lot of noise in this tournament.
Hit towards right, and what a play there by the right fielder, Nick Musselman. Reaches, and a diving grab for the second out here in the 5th inning. Or excuse me, the 4th inning.
Musselman stretching all the way out. Dives and makes a great catch. You've heard us talk all morning long about how many great defensive plays. Slow pitch softball is not just a game of home runs and how far you can hit it. Defense plays a key role, and these guys are true athletes at the Men's A World at Disney's Wild World of Sports.
There's a 2-out base hit for Combat.
Eli Aguilar.
For Eli Aguilar. And that'll bring up Sammy Christensen. With 1 on and 2 outs. A runner on first.
How many home runs have they hit so far, Bernie?
We've got, I got 4 so far in a sloppy scorebook.
Pretty stiff breeze blowing straight in from the left center field flagpole. The flag is briskly waving. And I'm sure that's played a key role in the amount of home runs that have been hit so far.
And a base hit over the head of Mack. And they're at the corners with 2 outs. And here's Avery to the plate.
Dexter Avery played on the Team USA slow pitch softball All-Star Weekend. Team USA versus Team Canada. Team USA came out victorious. Dexter is also a fixture in the men's military world tournaments that are played throughout the state of Florida.
Avery waits on it, and it's a base hit to right field. That scores a run. Christensen will hold up at third, and once again, runners on the corners, and it's 15-1.
Bud Light may be a little shell-shocked. The bats seem to be a bit cold. Combat, on the other hand, is now marked in all 4 innings.
Back up the middle. That'll score another run. It's 16-1. And Rob Cena, the pitcher, coming to the plate as Christensen came in to score. Avery moved to second.
Rob Cena.
Rob Cena looks at a ball. And he hits this one towards the gap, and it'll fall for a base hit. They're waving around Avery. It's 17-1 in favor of Combat.
That's 3 runs in on 5 hits so far this inning. As Combat USA takes a 17-1 lead.
Number 3, Chente Granato.
And here's Granados. Triple his last time up. And down the right field line, Musselman makes the play at the line, and that'll retire the side. But Bud Light needs to tack on a couple of runs if they're going to extend this game. It's 17-1. We head to the 5th here on USSSA.com. Bud Light's down to their final 2 outs. unless they can get a couple runs here. What do you think about that, Rick?
That's a shocker. Willie Allen with the ground out to third base.
That was Willie Allen, now batting number 18, Josh Frank.
They've got to get two or this game would be over. It would be I would think this would be a pretty decent upset. 6 seed over the 3 seed. But the score is what's very unusual.
17-1. Here's Josh Frank. And the first pitch is a ball. Rick Sills due up next. There's a called strike. And it's back up the middle for a base hit. That'll bring up Rick Sills. Well, the way we saw Bud Light scored last night, they're certainly not out of it, but they got to start to put together a big inning.
That's why they're pinch hitting Scott Hilly, the power hitter. If he can bring these 2 runs in, they will extend into the 6th inning. This one's not going to be long enough.
Down the line, and it falls foul.
Semifinals in the winners bracket will be played next. GTL and Blitz Wantanabe. And then at 3:30, TNR Stucko versus the winner of this game right here. Then those 2 winners will meet at 6:30 tonight in the finals of the winners bracket. This 2009 Men's A World Tournament marches on. We get game-by-game action on USSSA.com with Bernie Gunther, your professional announcer.
And on the ground, could be 2. They'll say he's safe at first. And that was almost the ball game.
Another nice play down there. To be turning 2, almost got Hilly. He hustles in. Could have pulled him off at first, it looked like, from up here. So we have 2 outs.
Number 20, Tony Mack.
That'll bring up the speedster, Tony Mack, the shortstop.
Jimmy Rollins batting.
It looks like Kyle Decker's asked for time.
Certainly a critical point in the contest for Combat, especially if they could get a couple extra minutes of rest in this contest by picking up this win.
Yeah, definitely. They're looking to get off the field. That'd give them about almost 2-hour break.
Ooh.
But Bud Light's got 1 out left.
All right, it's 17-1. A runner on, and Bud Light's down to their final out. Unless they can get themselves back underneath where they are, in danger of being run ruled. On the ground, and this should do it. throw to first. Combat has won it. Our final score, it's 17-1. What a win for Combat, taking down the #3 seed. Pretty remarkable, right, Rick?
Yes, indeed. As Bernie said, Combat USA moves on to play the 3:30 game in the stadium. They'll take on the #2 seed, TNR Stucko. And Combat may be the sleeper here. We shall see. The 2 o'clock game will come up in approximately 23 minutes. GTL and Blitz Watanabe. GTL is the #5 seed. Watanabe is the #9 seed. We're on USSSA.com at Disney's Wild World of Sports for the 2009 Men's A World Championship.
So it's Combat a winner, 17-1. Stay with us on USSSA.com as we continue our coverage of the 2009 USSSA World Series here from Disney.
For our 2 o'clock game with a representative of each team, please bring your lineup cards to the press box at this time. Thank you. again, teams from the 2 o'clock game, if you can bring your lineup cards to the tower at this time, help us greatly in getting the game started promptly. Lineup cards to the tower. Here in the press box behind home plate. representative from the team from the first base dugout, please pick up the dugout phone. Thank you. wide world of sports and our 2 o'clock game, which features the Wantanabe Blitz and GTL Creative. Watanabe from Cincinnati, Ohio, and GTL from Othello, Washington. GTL will be the home team.
I need you. Come on, boy.
Leading off for the 5th Blitz, second baseman number 14, Jason Scott.
Hey, don't know, play straight up. Got him in the script. Got him with the script. Under, you're on your glove hand. You're on your glove hand. Up and off, Devo! Come on, Red Pop, start us out. That's pretty. I don't know. They'll figure it out. Glasses are too dark. We'll lighten them up. Got a boy, Steve. Battle monkey, battle monkey. Come on, monkey, come on. Good ball. There it is. Good ball. Cowboy, Red Pop. Devo! You and Rick! You and Rick! Rick, go to that gap!
Number 10, Jason Resch.
Hey, Pete, you know, you address right here. Dress. Keep battling, Steve. Keep battling, Steve.
Number 34, catcher John Jamison.
Sit. Evo. Let go. You and Rick. Don't get behind. Come on,
Long gone. John Jameson with a 2-run shot.
Devo, you know, respect him. Yeah. Good talk here. Coming middle hard right now. Middle hard.
Number 7, Jimmy Carter.
Work, Monkey. Get ahead, Monkey. Work. Devo, you and Rick, Devo!
Number 25, Ryan Minkus.
All right. It's 3-0. We apologize for the late start on our end. But as you can imagine, being here since 8 a.m., you got to try to get lunch whenever you can. And Bud Light being run ruled was the perfect opportunity for us to grab a bite. And Rick, you're right with us right from the get-go. That's a terrific surprise for us.
Well, we had the run rule a few minutes to go down and talk to my umpires, and the Disney folks are worried about weather moving in. So hopefully we can get all the games in tonight.
GTL is in a hole as there's they're going to say a fielder's choice, and another run scores to make it 4-0. I thought it might be a double play, but there's only one out here in this inning. So that's the first out as we got number 22, Larry Wirt, coming to the plate.
Number 22, Larry Wirt.
Blitz Wantanabe was victorious this morning over the upset Cinderella team off regularly Mikan, and earned the right to face GTL right here.
Great glove by the first baseman, and there's a double play. Inning ending. 4 runs on the board. GTL coming to the plate when we come back here on USSSA.com. GTL and Rick set logic. Is that what he said?
Yes, sir.
We don't have a lineup yet for GTL, but Matt, one of our top crewmates, is on his way trying to photocopy. He thought that we might be able to write it down real fast in about a minute and a half, but
not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Said logic drills a foul line drive, almost catches Doc Beckwell, the base umpire.
And he looks at a ball. 4-0 our score. As this one's down the left field line, and what a play there by the left fielder. A long way to run. And Brian Alexander able to track it down for out number 1.
Alexander with a great jump on the ball. And the ball held up in this wind just enough for him to chase it all the way down for the first out here in the bottom half of the first inning.
How about Combat? They're playing just about as well as anybody.
Yeah, Combat will play next against TNR Stucko.
High fly ball, and there's not enough room for that one to get out, and Ryan Minguez able to make the play, the right fielder, for the second out.
That should bring up Roberts, the third baseman. Chiropractor by trade, they call him Doc.
After sitting on this wooden bench, we may need to get him up here.
Give him an adjustment.
On the ground, and it's going to be a quick 1-2-3 inning. Not the start GTL is looking for. We've played one in the books. It's 4-0, our score here on USSSA.com.
Starters, come on. Come on, Bobby, and put the bells up on.
Leading off the top of the second, pitcher number 15, Bobby No.
Kilo, come in one. Come on, Bob.
Bobby Nath leading off the inning.
As I said earlier, GTL, the number 5 seed, with a 41-23 record. They finished third in Joliet and second in Seattle.
Hit towards center. And there's one away. Here's Ryan Alexander, the center fielder.
Number 32, Ryan Alexander, center fielder.
Blitz Wantanabe also has 41 victories and only 17 defeats.
And that one hit through the gap. Neither the second baseman nor the middle infielder could grab it. And in with a sliding double is Ryan Alexander with one out here in the second inning.
Number 6, Rob Menke, middle infielder.
Here's the middle infielder. And Rob grounds it towards short, and Alexander is going to come around to score and make it 5-0.
A tough hop for Anthony Dress out there in shortstop. Sometimes the infield gets a little chopped up and takes a tough hop out into left center field, and that allows the run to score.
Number 8, Jeff Click.
Here's Jeff Click, the shortstop, in a 5-0 contest. And that time, shortstop able to make the play. The throw to first is in time.
Sam Lopez digs it out nicely with a stretch.
Anthony Dress, the shortstop, making the play. And there's 2 away here in the second.
Watanabe back to the leadoff batter, Jason Scott.
Scott led off the game with a single. Wantanabe is up 5-0 over GTL. Back up the middle, and they just love hitting it at Dress. That time, Dress airmails it off the side of the dugout.
Dress with a nice pickup, but unable to get the ball to Sam Lopez at first. It bangs off the dugout wall.
Number 10, Jason Resch.
5 runs are in.
Here's Jason Resch at the plate. We've already seen how those errors can come back to bite you.
That's what we talked about, Bernie. You can't afford to give anybody extra outs at this level of play. They will take advantage far more times than not.
And line right at the middle infielder. What a great play. Brian Bloud elevates and makes the play to retire the side. It's 5-0 as GTL comes to the plate here in the bottom of the second inning.
Leading off the bottom of the second for GTL, catcher number 30, Kevin Philby.
Philby leads off the bottom of the second with a single. And that should bring up Sam Lopez, the first baseman. He made a nice play to get the second out in the top of the second inning. They dug out a low throw at first by Anthony Dress.
So Lopez at the plate with one on, and this one hit towards center field. Alexander looks up and it's gone, and that's one for the kids to track down. Lopez with a 2-run shot. Here's Cordova,
Second baseman Victor Cordova.
the second baseman. And a shot into right field for a base hit for Cordova. That'll bring up Don Wilson. Anthony Dress is in the on-deck circle.
Number 18, additional hitter Don Wilson.
Donnie Wilson, one of the primary sponsors of GTO.
There's a strike. And there's a shot. And what a grab there in left field. Michael Rogers steals a home run.
Rogers able to make the grab and stay in play without knocking the fence over.
Number 9, shortstop.
Otherwise, the runner would have moved up. Nice play in left field.
Cordova at second, and here's Anthony Dress. Dress waits on it and hits it the opposite way towards the gap. Cordova rounds third as they struggle in the outfield. Alexander had trouble picking it up, and a triple for Dress clears the bases.
Nice hustle by Anthony Dress to move all the way to third. 3 runs in the bottom of the second for GTL. And the lead is only 2 as Watanabe has 5.
Number 24,
GTL with 3.
Munger.
Here's Chad Munger. And Munger hits it towards center field, scoring Dress. And it's a 1-run contest. And Robin Roberts, third baseman, getting set to come to the plate.
Number 36, third baseman Robin Roberts.
On the infield, past the diving first baseman, past the diving second baseman. Neither Jimmy Carter nor the second baseman, Jason Scott, could come up with it, and there's 2 on and 1 out.
Another one of those CNI hoppers that just happens to find its way into right field. And GTL, with only 1 out, is on the verge of having a big inning.
On the ground, possible double play. And the only play will be Jason Reich tagging the bag, and he tried to throw it to second, but it was not in time. We're back to the top of the lineup.
Top of the order, number 44, Rick Sedlacek.
And Rick Sedlacek coming to the plate.
Said logic.
Line right at first, and Carter tags the bag. That'll retire the side. It's 5-4 as we head to the third inning.
off for Wantanabe, number 34, John Jameson.
John Jameson leads off as we're in the third inning at Disney's Wide World of Sports, and it looks like you're trying to check out the weather, and it's looking pretty bleak.
Well, it really doesn't look that bad. We have some green patches of light rain. Looks like it may be moving our direction. Some people believe as long as the wind blows, the rain will stay away.
Well, it's been blowing straight in all day long.
That's to our advantage. We shall see. In Blitz Watanabe's earlier game, John Jameson wished his daughter Megan a happy 7th birthday. Daddy's playing well, his team is winning, and Megan has a birthday day. We're having some difficulty with our right field fence blowing down in the rain. I mean in the wind.
Wow, things really started to pick up.
We've got quite a wind's probably blowing 25, 30 miles an hour right this minute. We're hoping this rain will miss us to the east, maybe. It's not a large patch of rain, as you can see, Bernie.
And look at our camera crew telling the story, showing us the pictures.
Look at that.
We're really advancing here.
That's why the fence, this snow fence, keeps blowing over. They don't understand we can't play with it down.
Why did they decide to go with this fence as opposed to when we were here with USSSA Pride, they put a flex fence up?
You know, Bernie, I'm not sure I have the answer to that question. I think I would prefer the fence that was here when the Pride played. I think they put some in here for the youth fast pitch.
Because we could be here all day doing this.
Well, unfortunately, it could take us a while. The entire
Because if we keep putting it up and it keeps blowing down, we're not getting anywhere, and I doubt that our right fielder wants to sit there and hold the fence.
Well, you can see almost the entire GTL team and our base umpire, Doc Beckwell, are trying to anchor it. They do have some horseshoe-type anchors that should hold the fence in place. But as you saw earlier on our camera crew's pictures, the flag is blowing straight in, actually from our vantage point, right to left, right field towards left field, and pretty much at us.
I think the good thing for us is, even though we're inside, for some reason, there's a lack of air conditioning in this room. So at least we're getting a little bit of a breeze in here.
It's unfortunately, those are, I guess, the hazards of announcing. Usually they don't provide the best opportunities.
Hey, I'm here with you, Rick, so that's a positive to me.
There you go.
Well, they put the fence together, but there's a gigantic gap, I think, between the two. As you take a look, and there it is on your view. Not good when you can walk a whole person in between it.
That may be Victor Cordova going on the outside to try to see what he can do to help anchor that right field snow fence. And Doc, our base umpire, looks like he's going to make his way back towards the infield. it's pretty nice on the behalf of the GTL team to go out there and try to help do this. A lot of times people think these players are prima donnas and too good to help out. It's a first-class operation. They're out there trying to help. I think they'll bring it in. Everybody's going to come in. We'll play with that little bit of a gap, Bernie. I don't think that'll be anything other than a ground rule if it goes through there. So now I'm checking the weather pattern. The rain is moving north-northwest. Should come across us here in a little while. And it doesn't look like it should be real heavy. So hopefully fields should be able to take a little rain. They're pretty dusty at the moment. And Disney has a great grounds crew. They call them their sportscape people. And as you can see, they're wandering around out there. Maybe they'll work on the fence while we get back to action, Bernie.
And Rick, how much rain will we play in?
Well, it depends on how hard and bad it gets. Lightning, Disney will pull us off the field. And they have lightning meters and a radar that'll tell them how far it is. And you'll hear an air horn, and that's the sign for everybody to vacate to either here the stadium or to what's called the Milk House where they play basketball. And then once you get everybody vacated,
number 34,
and there's no lightning strikes for, I think it's 30 minutes, then we can go back and play.
All right, so we'll finally begin the third inning with John Jameson. Jameson waits on it, lifts it towards short left field, and the wind really held that one up. Robin Roberts makes the play, and there's one away. Probably not the offense you're used to in the scores that have been produced so far today.
Well, the wind has played a key role, I think, at least in the last 2, maybe 3 games over here.
Here's Jimmy Carter.
Just imagine if it was blowing the other direction.
It'll be a wild day, that's for sure. And the fence has gone down again. Now we're set. And this one drilled towards center field, and it's off the fence. That time the fence holds. Carter rounds first, and he's headed to second with a double.
Said Logic feels the ball off the fence and fires it back into second, but it wasn't in time.
Batting number 25, Ryan Mingus.
Ryan Mingus at the plate with 1 on and 1 out. 1-run ball game after a run rule in the last affair that we called. Hit on the ground, Dress fields it and throws to first.
Nice stretch by Sam Lopez. Was able to keep his foot on the bag with the high throw from Dress. Dress didn't have much time to think about it. He fielded it and got it over to first as quick as possible to retire Mingus.
Michael Rogers, number 43.
Here's Michael Rogers, who reached on a fielder's choice. Carter is on third. And this one cranked down the left field line. Polkraka tracks it down, and that'll retire the side. 5-4 our score here at Disney's Wide World of Sports. It's Mike Volan leading off the inning here in the third. Only a one-run contest. Here's a called strike.
Not sure how many viewers are with us today, but I do know that the state of Arkansas called a while ago. We're giving umpire Jason Oberlag some business, as we called him.
Yeah.
The pride of Arkansas.
Got 335 right now.
335.
And usually whatever it says on the bottom of your screen, there's sometimes at least 10 or 12 more that we can see when we actually log onto our account at Ustream. And we hope you're enjoying our first USSSA.com coverage of this World Series. Obviously, it's been our pleasure being with you, and we'll be here the rest of the day. We stayed with you all the way till 2 a.m., well past your curfew.
Well past my bedtime.
Number 30, Kevin Philby.
Alexander makes the catch in center field, and here's Philby, the catcher, who singled his last time up. And he takes one on the inside corner, and he cranks it towards right field. There's 2 on with 1 out, as Boland moves to second. And here's Sam Lopez. 2-run home run his last time up against this stiff breeze. It's got to be at least a 2-club wind, right?
At least.
Sam Lopez.
Watching in the skies, we're watching those darken. Hopefully they'll continue to move off to the northwest.
The pitch drilled towards Rogers, and it's over his head. Misplayed by the left fielder. 1 run will score as Volan comes around, and Lopez holds it second.
That ball took off on the left fielder. Rogers took 2 steps in, and the next thing you know, it's over his head, banging off the wall. Philby goes around to third, and Lopez hits second with a double. And Mike Boland comes in to tie the game 5-5.
5-5 our score. In GTL, certainly not done yet. There's 2 in scoring position. Hit on the ground, back up the middle. Nice play there by the middle infielder, but I don't think it warranted a throw.
No chance to pick off the speedster Victor Cordova, who beats it out down there to first.
Number 18, Don Wilson.
Here's Don Wilson with runners on first and second. And for the first time today, GTL has the lead. Oh, almost took out the umpire. Wilson's drive to center field. Lopez will score. Cordova will hold at third. And Wilson, an RBI single. It's 7-5.
That's 3 runs in now on 4 hits in this inning for GTL. And Donnie Wilson with a nice piece of hitting. Looking at that red shirt as a target on the umpire, Chuck Doc Beckwell, and drove it into right center field.
This one hit towards the gap just over the umpire. Goes all the way to the wall. They're going to wave around Wilson, and the throw to third, not in time. That's the second consecutive triple for Anthony Dress.
And Anthony showing quite a bit of hustle around the base pass. And Donnie Wilson chugged it around from first to score. And GTL extends its lead to 9-5 here in the bottom half of the third.
Chad Munger, the pitcher at the plate. And he hits this one on the ground, and it gets under the glove of Jeff Click. Dress will score. No home runs for GTL here in this inning, but they've put together a gigantic 6-run bottom of the third. And they've doubled the score to 10-5. Robin Roberts is at the plate.
Didn't like the strike call from Tony Walzak. Steps back in. Still only one out.
Hit on the ground and through the legs of Reich. And Roberts is aboard. A lot of defensive problems here in the third inning.
Yeah, Resch unable to pick that ball up on the hopper over there. Was trying to backhand it. Wanted to force the runner out at second, which would have been Chad Munger, but instead Munger's on second, Roberts on first, still only one away.
Opposite field and foul. As the middle infielder is at the plate. Only one out here in the third inning, and 6 are in. Great backhand by Click. And Jeff Click has the second out of the inning. That brings us back to the top of the lineup. And Rick Sedlogic.
Rick Sedlogic.
And what a play. Jimmy Carter leaps up and grabs it. That retires the side. GTL is in the lead. It's 10-5 through 3 innings of play.
Leading off for the Blitz in the top of the fourth, number 22, Larry Wirt.
Ten to 5, top of the fourth inning.
Wirt wearing a brace on his right knee.
Number 22, Larry Wirt at the plate. And he hits it on the ground just under the glove of Robin Roberts for a base hit. So 1 on and nobody out. Certainly plenty of time for both these teams to tack on some runs. But I'm sure you hate to be in a hole at any time in these contests. But the road back now, Rick, in the losers bracket, not quite as bad as it was if you got dropped earlier. There's a base hit for Ryan Alexander.
Alexander comes up now. That was Bobby Nurse.
Oh, excuse me. You're right.
That reached on a single.
42, Ryan Alexander.
Here's Alexander.
Well, those teams that lost this morning that we had in the stadium are playing at 12:32 and 3:30, and they're going to have to win 1, 2, 3, 4 games to get to Sunday. So still quite a long road. Gene Shop, I want to say, won their games. They should be playing Woodlaw currently at 2 p.m.
10-6 as GTL and Sam Lopez elects to try to get the lead runner and just allows the run to score. So there's a runner on first and one out. Swung on and drilled towards right field, but the wind will hold it. And there's 2 away, and here's Jeff Click, the shortstop. Ten to 6 our score. Who do we got next, Rick?
Next up will be TNR Stucko versus Combat USA.
Oh, that might be quite a matchup.
Combat USA was pounding the ball all over the field when they beat and run ruled Bud Light.
Hit towards left. And Pokraka, I think, misjudged it at first, took a couple steps in, then backed his way up to make the play. And that will retire the side. 10-6, GTL, a chance to tack on a couple more when we come back for the bottom of the 4th inning.
Leading off in the bottom of the 4th, number 23, Mike Volan.
Well, there's no need to change to NBC. We'll give you the update in the PGA Championship. Tiger Woods, -7, and a slew at -3. So Woods certainly has done well. And as a Cub fan, the other game I'm watching, the Cubs on top of Pittsburgh right now. I'm sure that's something that is of interest to you. No comment, Rick?
No, sir. Boland leads off, and he'll go into second with a stand-up double. And it's rattling around that left field corner. But he pulls up at second. The Cubs, my youngest son, that's his favorite team. Been so since he was 3 years old.
Wow.
He turned 28
Number 04,
on July 30th.
Same age as myself then.
Correct.
So watching the Cubs even longer than I have. Of course, growing up in Florida, no Major League Baseball teams. until well into when I was late in middle school. So WGN, certainly the route. It's 2-1 Chicago over Pittsburgh. Fly to left field, and there's one away here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Cracker with the fly out. Second time in a row he's flown out to left field. Brings up
now batting number 30,
catcher Kevin Philby.
So it's Volan on second, and Philby. It's 2 for 2. 2 singles, and he's scored twice. Sam Lopez due up next. We saw him hit the long ball against this stiff wind.
Philby more than capable to do the same.
GTL trying to add to their 4-run advantage. It's 10-6 in the bottom of the 4th inning. And wow, Philby cranks it towards right field, and it's gone.
2-run shot.
A 2-run home run. And once again, GTL has doubled their opposition score. It's 12-6.
I show that as only the second home run for GTL. They have 6 left. And I don't believe Blitz
The other one came from this candidate right here.
Excuse me?
It was Lopez that hit the other home run for GTL.
That is correct. And I don't think Watanabe's hit any yet.
Really, it's been
Number 5, Sam
a
Lopez.
tale of extreme days here, at least for the games we've watched at Champion Stadium, and I've heard the same on the other fields. I mean, we just saw a slew of runs yesterday. 50 plus scored in the games, and today some low scoring contest. As Lopez is aboard for the 3rd time today. Jeff Click couldn't handle it at short.
Victor Cordova, number 13.
And here's Victor Cordova. Cordova is 2 for 2, 2 singles and 2 scores.
Cordova runs well, good speed, good defensive player. Bats well over 600.
Swung on and driven towards Alexander in center. He'll take a couple steps and make the play, and there's 2 away.
Donnie Wilson will come to the plate, one of the sponsors of GTL,
Number
along with
18,
Doug
Donnie
Reed
Wilson.
and Charles Garcia. These 3 sponsor GTL. They were in the finals of the 2008 Men's A World, came in there undefeated, and Gene Shop double dipped them to win their 2nd in a row. Those back-to-back championships. They come to the 2009 championship and off regularly Mike and dropped him to the loser bracket in the 1st game.
Right back to the pitcher. He'll scoop it up and throw it to first. And the side retired. It's 12-6 as we head to the 5th here at Champion Stadium.
Leading off for Wantanabe in the top of the 5th. Number 14, Jason Scott.
Jason Scott will lead off the inning.
As we were talking during the break, the pride of Arkansas, the Arkansas hero, Jason Oberlag, is visiting in the booth. This is his sit-out game. He'll be back on next game behind the plate.
It's good to have him with us as we see Scott drive this one to the gap. Another little baby draw.
Jason said the boys in Arkansas were lighting up his cell phone. We have some Arkansas listeners. We appreciate it. And Jason is kind of one of the rookies down here. Will be calling in the men's A World, the conference championship, and the USSSA Men's Major World Series.
Base hit. And runners on the corners as John Jameson will come to the plate. With nobody out here in the 5th inning.
Maybe Watanabe is going to wake up and score a few runs here, put a little pressure back on GTL.
Number 34, John Jameson.
Well, if you can get a win here, your day could be a little shorter than it is if you do not pick up a victory. Might be here for a long while.
If you can win this one, you're playing in the finals of the winners bracket at 6:30 p.m. And we may try to move that up a little bit. If you lose, you play at 6:30 and 8. And you've got to go to the back fields and make that long walk to the quad to field 22 and 20.
Lifted towards left. And tagging and scoring is Scott.
That was Donovan Perkraka with a nice play out there. That ball knuckling around and diving on him. He was able to make the play and get it back to the infield with only the runner on third advancing and scoring.
So Scott scores, and here is the cleanup hitter, Jimmy Carter. He's had a pretty good day himself, a double his last time up. And he swings and drives this one toward Said Logic. And Said Logic runs out of room and he takes out the fence.
Rick was working that fence. He backed up against it, leaned against it, was trying to reach as far as he could. He knocks it over and it becomes a home run for Carter.
A home run. And look at this. It's 12-9 with the bases empty.
That makes 3 runs in on the inning. Only a 3-run deficit. And that was Watanabe's first home run, I believe. Wasn't it, Bernie?
And here's Minguez. Home runs has been hard to come by. We saw last night 2 teams get to the end of their home run total in about the 5th inning.
Yeah, that was last night. They hit their allotments. Different story with the wind blowing in. It's been blowing in the most, I want to say, what, at least every game we've been on live today. May have laid down a bit for the 8 a.m. game.
So the repair work is done. And Ryan Minguez singled in his first plate appearance and grounded out to short in the 3rd. Trying to keep alive this 5th inning. And he hits it right towards Said Logic, who makes the play. And there's 2 away.
Said Logic took 2 steps back and then had to kind of step it up and come in and make the play. The wind is playing
Michael Rogers,
with the flight of the ball on each at-bat.
So here's Michael Rogers, 0 for 2. Looks at a ball to begin this at bat. And rips it towards Pokraka for a base hit in left field. So there's the first base hit of the ball game for Michael Rogers.
That's got to make him feel a little better getting on base.
Larry Word, number 22.
Here's Larry Word. Remember, he hit into that 3-6-1. There's no way. That's how they wrote it on the scorebook. But
about 6-3-1.
Yeah, 6-3-1 double play.
As Chad Munger went over to first to cover up the pitcher to finish off the back end of the double play.
Into the corner.
Right on the
fair
chop.
ball. Rogers rounds third. He'll score. And they've cut it to 12-10.
Word squirts it down the right field line, landing right on the chalk line. He kind of limps a bit into second. They didn't want to stretch him over to third. And Rogers brings in the 4th run of the inning. Now Watanabe with 4 runs on 5 hits this inning.
Number 15,
And the pitcher, Bobby Nath. Nath waits for it and lines it down the left field line, and it falls foul. One for 2 is the pitcher. Popped out in the second and a single in the 4th. And a looping line drive falls for a base hit. Worth will come around to score. And a double for Nath. And it's a 1-run contest. A 5-run 5th. And we got ourselves a ball game here, Rick.
Right back, 12-11, 1-run difference. Nath with his first hit of the game.
Your attention, please. Now batting, number 70, Frank Gruber.
And we got a pinch hitter.
Watanabe needing this inning to stay alive.
This should do it, said Logic. Makes the play to retire the side, but not before Watanabe pulls himself to within 1. It's 12-11 as we head to the bottom of the 5th here on USSSA.com.
Leading off the bottom of the 5th for GTL, number 9, Anthony Dress.
And so Anthony Dress and GTL find themselves only up by a run as we welcome back Dave DeDonatis, Rick Robinson going back to some of his duties, making sure everything's taken care of, and it's great to have you back with us.
Thanks, Bernie. You know I always enjoy color commentating with you.
And I noticed when I announced your name, the ratings popped up about 100 people.
Really?
No,
Maybe I'm in the wrong career.
Could be. And a walk issued.
Yeah, it's not really how you want to start this inning right now, especially after you guys just battled back Wantanabe to come back and take this into a one-run game.
24, Chad Munger.
Here's Chad Munger, the pitcher. And it's lined but foul.
This is probably one of the closer games that we've gotten the opportunity to broadcast today.
It certainly has. Only a one-run contest. And Munger down the right field line, past a diving right fielder. Anthony Dress is going to come around to score, and it's Munger with a triple to make it 13-11.
Looks like from our vantage point, it looks like he just took that the opposite way, got down there in the corner with that.
Yeah, Ryan Minger's a nice effort, certainly.
Oh, yeah. That weather fence, though, probably played another factor in this one, probably rattled down a little bit, and his wheels and hustle got him all the way over to third.
Robin Roberts hits it right into the teeth of the wind. Tagging and scoring is Munger's. Actually, that was a lot closer than I even called it.
Yeah, very close.
Close play at home, but nevertheless, it's 14-11. Michael Rogers with a nice throw in, but Robin Roberts credited with a sacrifice fly as Mungers comes in to score. And it's 14-11, as that's our first out of the inning. Certainly another great day for softball in Central Florida.
Especially if that rain stays away.
Perfect conditions with a little bit of a breeze coming in from center field. As Brian Blunt, the middle infielder, is at the plate. Coming up next, Combat and TNR Stucko, as we continue our winners bracket coverage.
I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to that game. Combat really came off a good hitting streak against Bud Light, obviously, as they run rolled them. And TNR Stucko this morning really didn't offensively impress me, I'd have to say, but got the job done.
W is a W.
Exactly.
As Rogers makes the play, and we're back to the top of the lineup. And Rick said logic.
Talk about upset weekend here. Gene Shop, your #1 seed, the first one to fall. Bud Light, #3, falls. All in the losers bracket right now. TNR, #2, the only one that's still holding on.
Hit on the ground. Scott threw it away and said logic is safe at first. That'll bring up Mike Bolin, the right fielder, with 1 on and 2 out.
So what do you think, Bernie, after watching slow pitch? You going to go find your local rec park and join a league?
Well, I don't know whether I could swing the bat quite like these guys do.
Well,
or field like these guys do. I might have to be the catcher. But it would be a good time. Certainly, I'm sure these guys enjoy their time out here in the ballpark. And what a treat it must be for them to come here for the opportunity to walk away with a ring and be a champion, as we have a slight drizzle starting to fall here. Certainly not the worst cloud cover that we've seen, as this one is hit towards Alexander in center field, and he has to make a run, but he comes in to make the play, and that'll retire the side. GTL regains their advantage, tacking on 2 more. It's 14-11 here on USSSA.com.
Leading off the top of the 6th for the Blitz, number 6, Ramenki.
One pitch and 1 out. Rick, good to have you back, buddy.
Took care
Got
of
the
a
bat
little
back?
business. Yes, got the coach's bat back for it. I see we have a little sprinkle going on. I'm trying to check and see what's going on the weather.
You'll take a sprinkle, though, right?
Oh, yes, we'll be fine in this. I mean, in front of us doesn't look bad. I don't know what it is behind us, you know. This won't even wet the grounds for a while. There's 1 out here in the top of the 6th.
Back up the middle. And throw is not in time, and there's a base hit.
Not connecting.
Number 14, Jason Scott.
Here's Jason Scott. Bottom of the 5th inning. Or excuse me, top of the 6th inning.
We have a pinch runner now down at first.
I think it may be just that Jeff Click is going to re-enter.
Oh, you think that's what it is? Okay.
Jason Scott tries it, and it's caught by the right fielder. 2 away.
Number 10, Jason Resch.
And here's Jason Reich.
2 pretty quick outs here in the top half of the 6th. Watanabe in the 5th picked up 5 runs. They need to do it again. and they could take the lead.
5-6 last time, Robin.
And on the ground, and this should do it. Easy toss to second, and the side is retired. Jeff Click left stranded. Big opportunity now for GTL. They lead it by 3, a chance to add to their 14-11 lead when we come back.
Attention, Combat USA. Could you please bring your lineup card to the tower behind home plate as soon as possible? Thank you.
Our next game here, Bernie, TNR Stucko, the number 2 seed, taking on Combat USA.
Scheduled for 3:30, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pokraka with a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 6th inning. GTL up by 3. And they're 3 outs away from advancing to the coveted spot. 1 win away from advancing to the championship game.
Well, it's the finals of the winners bracket.
Now batting number
That could
30,
put them in the championship.
Right.
They win that. Whoever wins that 6:30 game will be sitting waiting to play at 10:30 on Sunday, scheduled game time for the championship.
And the loser's got to go back to work.
Fight his way through. Philby with another base hit.
And runners are at 2nd and 3rd.
I'll say Kevin Philby is now 4 for 4.
Great day. Here's Sam Lopez. Home run back in the 2nd inning, a 2-run variety, one of the rare shots that we have seen
number 5, Sam Lopez,
that have left the park even just today on Saturday in general.
Yeah, the only other home run for GTL was Sam Lopez in the 2nd inning. I want to say Watanabe has 1 home run.
On the ground, they'll score the run. It's 15-11.
Your best swing, Vic. Your best swing, Vic.
Lopez is retired, and Victor Cordova
number 13, Victor Cordova,
at the plate.
The smooth fielding, smooth running Victor Cordova has quite a bit of pop in his bat as well.
Waits on it and gets his bat head in front of the pitch. Drives it foul. Same thing, but this time it's driven towards right field. And that's the 2nd out. Philby tags and moves to 3rd. And here's Don Wilson.
Victor just got under it a little bit. Wasn't able to drive it out of the park.
number 18, Don Wilson.
Wilson 1 for 3 on the day.
Still not a bad deficit to only be behind 3 down with 3 outs. That's not a bad situation to be in. Or excuse me, down 4.
No, not when you have put up a 0 in the 3rd and the 6th inning.
And that'll be the situation. We head to the 7th. Wantanabe's down to their final 3 outs, but they trail by 4. It's 15-11.
Leading off the top of the 7th for the Blitz, number 34, John Jamison.
Jamison leading off here in the top of the 7th inning. GTL 3 outs away from moving to the final game in the winner's bracket, trying to advance to Championship Sunday. And they'll need 3 outs here and a victory at 6:30. But the cushion's only 4 runs, not that much of a hurdle to overcome. As Jimmy Carter comes to the plate.
Wantanabe right where they want to be in their lineup, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's see if they can score the runs.
And a walk issued, puts 2 on and nobody out.
Number 25, Ryan Mingus.
And here's Ryan Mingus. And Mingus gives it a ride, but it's a lot higher than it is longer, and it gets caught up in that wind. And there's our first out of the inning. Mingus is retired. And here's Michael Rogers.
Number 43, Michael Rogers.
GTL is 2 outs away from playing at 6:30 and staying in the stadium. Reminder, coming up next, we have TNR Stucko taking on Combat USA. Combat coming on that thrilling victory where they were able to run rule Bud Light. Got to turn you back on, Rick. I'm sorry. There you are.
And Bud Light will play the next game down on field 22 in the losers bracket. Bud Light will play. Woodlaw just played. Off Mike and regularly lost. They're out of the tournament, so Cinderella Slipper has definitely slipped away. TaylorMade was to be playing. I'm not sure if that 2 o'clock game is finished. Coach Jose Sanchez has called time, has gathered the crew, the full crew out at the pitcher's mound.
Well, look at this situation. It's 15-11, but the bases are loaded.
As I said before, no lead is safe in slow pitch softball. They carried a lead in Colorado and lost it in a very unfortunate fashion after they had a lead going into the bottom half of the 7th. David said it earlier, the key, you have the hammer, so no matter what happens, if Watanabe was able to take the lead, GTL will bat in the bottom of the 7th if need.
First pitch is a ball. Larry Wirt at the plate, waits on it and lines it foul to even the count.
Wirt could tie the game with one swing of the bat.
Haven't seen many home runs today.
I'm looking at the flag. It doesn't seem to be blowing as hard. Still difficult when you get it up in the air.
And the pitch is a base hit. They're going to try to score through 2, and that was a nice throw there by the left fielder, but it hopped way too high.
I want to say that was Donovan Pokraka with the throw in. Rick said Logic has moved from center field to catcher. Had to jump up, wasn't able to get the tag back down. And Wirt, the next best thing, he drove in 2 runs with a single.
It's 15-13. And here's Nath, and Nath cranks it towards the gap. And what an underhanded grab that was for the second out. Wow.
Who's out in right field for them right now? Brian Blunt. I believe that's Brian with a backhanded grab out there. And we have 3 runs in, 15-14.
And it all comes down to Ryan Alexander. Runner on first. GTL is 1 out away from getting a victory. 2 outs here in the 7th. And the pitch is a base hit. So the go-ahead run is on first now.
And Watanabe stays alive.
And Rob Menke, middle infielder, getting set to come to the plate. The tying run is in scoring position. It's 15-14.
Now batting number 52, Brad Pavlik.
Oh, they're going to bring in a pinch hitter. Swung on and driven towards left field. It does not have enough room, and GTL advances. Our final score here from Champion Stadium. It's GTL winning it 15-14.
GTL moves on into the finals of the winners bracket, and they will play the winner of TNR Stucco Combat in the Men's A World Championship at Champion Stadium at Disney's Wide World of Sports. We're live on USSSA.com with Bernie Gunther, our professional announcer with the USSSA.
Combat USA is the home team.
Get up in here. Let's have one of TNR, baby. Come on in here. Timothy, make it boy. Come on. Do it. Come on, baby.
Leading off for TNL, number 35, first baseman, Rich Woodlaw.
Welcome back to the Disney's Wide World of Sports Men's USSSA World Series. Real battle between these two, between TNR Stucko and Combat USA, as a fly out from TNR Stucko to center field for the first out of the inning. You have to excuse our commentary right now. We currently don't have the lineup, and I'm trying to locate Bernie, so you'll just have to deal with me for a minute. This is both of these teams' second game of the day. He flies out to deep center field all the way back to the fence, making it 2 outs for the top of the first for TNR Stucko. TNR Stucko is currently the number 2 seed in the tournament and the only actual high seed that's still left in the winner's bracket. Your Gene Shop number 1 was eliminated yesterday into the loser's bracket, and Bud Light was actually run ruled today, and they were number 3. Ball a little outside. Looks like a little deep in the box on that one. Should be a routine ground ball. Ooh, he calls him safe. Looks like he might have pulled his foot on that one. Shows you out there what good hustle will get you, though.
Number 22, shortstop, Tim Maddox.
Ropes one into left field as it rolls all the way to the fence. And TNR Stucko will be the first one to mark one up on the leaderboard.
Number 33, Dustin Roberts.
Scoots past the middle infielder. Another run's going to come in for TNR Stucko. A stand-up single.
Let's go. Come on. Come on. Give me a little swagger here. Come on, 12. I got it. Let's go. LA, let's go, bud. Come on, 12 times.
Rope back up the middle, and the pitcher will go ahead and get the force play at second to end the inning. Go down 2-0, TNR Stucko, going into the bottom of the first at the USSSA Men's World Series at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Leading off the bottom of the first for Combat USA, number 12, Mario Granados.
And we welcome you back to the bottom of the first inning. It was a hard shot, bounces off the third baseman's glove and kicks into the foul territory. Be a stand-up double for the first combat USA batter, excuse me.
Number 23, Julio Salazar.
We seem to have still lost our play-by-play man, Bernie, the professional, as he seems to be going to look for the roster. Rifled up the middle. Travels into the center field. You'll have runners on the corners right now.
Number 2, Ronnie Fields.
Gets one. Well, one run will come across the plate for Combat USA. So they weren't quite quick enough to be able to turn the double play, but they will get the force out at second. Giving you one out.
Number 15, Eli Aguilar.
Hey, and look who comes back, Bernie the Professor.
Muted both me and you. Here's Eli Aguilar. Wanted to make sure we got the lineups taken care of. This is what we have for TNR Stucko. Rick Goulash, first baseman, leads off. Mitch Mabe, catcher, second. John Dutch, left field, third. Tim Maddox, the cleanup hitter. Dustin Roberts follows. Jason Branch, center field. And Randall Poplin at second. Griffin in right field. Martin, the middle infielder. Arnold is at third, and Rose on the mound. It's 2-1. We appreciate those troopers that have been right with us since the first pitch yesterday all the way till 2 a.m.
Charles Cunningham.
where we brought to you last night's coverage, and of course we're back. Our crew thrilled to bring you these championships from Disney's Wide World of Sports. It's 2-0, or 2-1, excuse me, with 2 outs.
Yeah, I wondered if the viewers out there enjoyed us being muted.
They may have.
They may have.
Charles Cunningham at the plate. Obviously they have the mute button if that's to their liking.
Yeah, I really doubt it though. Maybe when I come on board, but I'm sure they enjoy
we're enjoying
your comments.
There's a line drive over the middle infielder Mike Martin, and runners at second and third.
Really a bang-bang play there as he stretched out to turn that into a double.
Number 32, Kyle Decker.
Here's Kyle Decker.
Well, one thing you could say about this Combat USA team, they definitely spray the ball all across the park and use every square inch of it they can, wherever they can find a space.
Remember, they run ruled Bud Light. Rick Robinson will, of course, join us. He meets with the umpires in between every game. Dave DiDonatis, our technical director, and also joining us for some color commentary, and our entire USSSA crew welcoming you to Champion Stadium here at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Well, Rick Robertson's the UIC here at this tournament as well as nationally, and he's got many responsibilities to do on a weekend like this.
Decker hits it towards left field, and Dutch is there to make the play, and the side retired. We head to the second. It's 2-1. TNR Stucko is in the lead.
Second baseman, number 22, Randall Poplin.
Number 22, Randall Poplin, second baseman. Leading off with a shot off the middle infielder's glove. Ball played off of Kyle Decker. And there's a leadoff single here in the second inning. Certainly another great day for softball, and the good news, weather outside of that quick drizzle hasn't been an issue at all.
Yeah, still just a slight breeze out here, Bernie, but it's definitely died down a little bit. The sun's actually peaking. Should be a good night for the rest of these games that we're going to have to broadcast.
Brent Griffin at the plate, waits on it and cranks it to center field. Poplin will hold at second. Griffin aboard at first, and there's 2 on and nobody out. Brings up Mike Martin, middle infielder. With Brian Arnold due up next, swung on and driven foul into the stands.
Now batting number 3, Mike Martin.
TNR Stucko trying to add to their 1-run advantage. And a good swing for Martin, and there's a base hit. So I think you said you were surprised, Dave, that earlier TNR Stucko wasn't able to score more runs earlier. They did enough, obviously, to get by, but they're swinging the bats extremely well here.
Yeah, they're a very offensive team. It just seemed that they lost like a little pep in their step. That morning game seemed to just kind of throw a monkey wrench in the whole operation. Obviously, they were able to advance in the winner's bracket, so they got the job done, and that's all that needs to be done. After the 7th inning's done, you tuck it away and you go on to the next one.
A line drive right at third, and Sammy Christensen makes the play.
Pitcher number 22, Mike Rose.
And here's Mike Rose. We're at the bottom of the lineup, and the base is loaded, and Rose a chance to help out his squad. And a chance to help out his causes. He'll be back on the mound for the bottom of the second. He waits on it and drills it towards center field. The park will hold it. Poplin will tag and advance home. And it's 3-1.
Nice sacrifice fly there by Rose. Forced the run in.
Here's Rich Goulash.
Rich
Never think
Goulash,
about
number
playing
35.
small ball here in slow pitch, but it's been that kind of day.
Well, I'm sure with this wind blowing in, like it has been all day in the heat, I'm sure a lot of these teams got to resort to just knocking it around and getting the runs in when you can. The long ball might not be as much of an impact.
Goulash flies out, and that retires the side, sending us to the bottom of the second inning. TNR Stucko is up by 2.
Number 35, third baseman, Sammy Christensen.
Sammy Christensen to lead things off. It's the bottom of the second inning against Rose inside the circle. TNR Stucko leading 3-1. And it's hit on the ground, and ooh, that was a heck of a play. Randall Poplin tossed it over to Rich Goulash, but Sammy Christensen able to beat it out.
Nice little shuffle pass there.
Number 24, Dexter Avery.
Well, as we were saying previously, though, I don't believe the long ball is going to be such as large of a factor in these games with the weather conditions being so. The last couple games, both teams have left. They're allowed 8 still on the table, only using about 3 or 4.
Sure, that's a shocker for a lot of the officials that designed the rules. Avery at the plate.
Oh yeah, these teams can definitely hit the long ball. But the weather conditions you can never predict.
Popped up. Wind takes this one, and so does the shortstop, Tim Maddox. And there's one away. Pop out to 6. Here's Ronnie.
Second baseman, number 25, Ronnie Salcido.
Ronnie Salcido coming to the plate.
Something hard, kid. Ronnie, something hard, bud. Not too much, Timmy. Ronnie, something hard, kid. Come on, Ron.
The pitch, and it's a base hit. Christensen rounded the bag and was headed towards third, but decides to return back and does so wisely.
Number 31, pitcher Rob Sena.
Here's Rob Sena. I know I've heard from a couple of people that they believe Sena might be the best pitcher here at the Slow Pitch World Series. Popped up towards right, and Griffin makes the play. Christensen tags and advances to third, and there's runners on the corners and now 2 away.
Yeah, I have heard that talking to a few people that they do say he's one of the best A pitchers in the game today.
Number 3, shortstop Chente Granados.
This Combat USA team's definitely been underrated. Don't let their ranking in the tournament fool you. They weren't able to play in many tournaments this year, therefore not accumulate many points. So definitely have a very good opportunity to place very high and potentially win the Men's A World Series here this weekend.
Here's a conference.
Try to get his team gathered up, ready to do the task at hand and get out of this inning.
So runners on the corners and 2 away, and that'll retire the side. Great grab, Mitch Mabe, who's moved to middle infield. A sliding grab, and our score holds at 3-1.
Get up right here and stand on the ball one time. Let's go.
Number 16, Mitch Mabe.
Mitch Mabe made a brilliant defensive play, ending the inning, and he leads off the 3rd inning.
Mitch Maybe, they call him.
Yeah, I had that right the first night, I guess. Just
Yeah,
looking
that's
at how
his
they spelled
nickname.
his name.
Yeah, that's his nickname around the park, so maybe he'll get a hit, maybe he won't.
He does.
He's a very good offensive player. Had the privilege to know Mitch Maybe for a few years now.
Has he taught you anything about hitting?
Number
Well, the way
37,
he's doing this
John
A-World
Dutch.
this weekend, I might have to have a little talk with him before he goes back home.
John Dutch comes to the plate. Here in the top of the 3rd, TNR Stucko looking to add to their 2-run advantage. That should help out. Long and gone.
Home run for John Dutch.
definitely tack 2 more to TNR Stucko's lead. That'll be their first home run of 8.
That'll bring up Randall Poplin, the second baseman.
Now batting number 22, Tim Maddox.
It's amazing how things can be contrasted just in a couple of hours. Moments ago, we saw Combat, Run Rule, Bud Light looked like they could hit everything. And now, obviously, it's a very young game, but it's 5-1. Combat trailing, and TNR Stucco's bats have been very hot. This one lined to center field for the first out of the inning.
That's one thing about softball, Bernie. It's really never over until you put it in the scorebook.
I'm learning.
You'll grow to love it.
10 runs is probably not enough of a lead. Depending. At least that's what I hear about Rismondo. I've never seen them play, but looking forward to it.
Well, there's a big difference between these A teams and the major teams.
You hit on the ground. Roberts is safe. Beats it out for a base hit.
You'll see when we bring to them the conference championship and the difference between the A and major teams, like we've discussed. They won't have this pop-up fence, as you would call it. They play the full stadium. They actually use a 47 core ball instead of a 40 that's being used here this weekend. And these guys know how to play small ball. They're able to put the ball down and play and get base hits to score runs that way.
Branch waits on it and drives it all the way to the wall. It'll kick off. Roberts holds at third. Branch is at second. And there's 2 on with 1 out. And here's Poplin.
Now batting Randall Poplin, number 22.
Swung on and driven towards center field. Not enough room. Another shot for TNR Stucco.
Back on another 3 for him.
Their second of the inning.
2-run homer for Randall Poplin. Number 20, Brent Griffin.
It seemed like the wind's affecting these guys hitting the long ball too much as he hits that one dead away to center field.
Not at all. Griffin waits and hits it towards the gap. And the gap is closed. Good play there by the left fielder for the second out of the inning.
Number 3, Mike Martin.
Here's Mike Martin, middle infielder. And Martin drives it to center field, and no doubt about it, another home run. The third of the inning and fourth of the contest for TNR Stucco. They're making sure they can utilize their allotment.
Well, I guess they probably heard me talk about their bats earlier on in the game, and they're really going to show me.
Here's Brian Arnold. And a base hit. And Arnold's going to come all the way around to third after an error in the outfield for Combat. And the wheels are starting to come off the bus.
Yeah. stand-up triple there. I don't know what happened. It just kind of like kicked off his foot and up the center field, and then that was it.
Here's Rose, the pitcher.
22.
And Rose takes a look at that first pitch. And back up the middle. Another run scores. It's 10-1. Oh, they'll say that'll retire the side. Excuse me, only one out was on the scoreboard here at the park. 9-1. 6 runs scored by TNR Stucko here in the third as we head to the bottom of the inning.
Good job, BA. Good job.
Leading off for Combat USA in the bottom of the third, number 12, Mario Granados.
Rick Robinson joining us once again.
Had to take care of a few issues downstairs with the umpires. Everything is on go. Weather seems to have cleared for a while, and we're back.
Yeah, we only got a slight drizzle as Granados leads off the bottom of the third with a base hit. Well, Dave DiDonatis and myself were having a nice conversation back and forth about just how these teams can completely look different from one game to another. Combat run ruling Bud Light, and they're down now 9-1.
Bottom of the third inning, only one run in. And I tell you what, after they run ruled Bud Light 17-1, you thought they might be a 6 seed slipping on into the finals of the winners bracket. It still can happen. But it is definitely a different ball game right now.
Salazar with that ground ball that's foul. We welcome those of you that are, of course, joining us. USSSA World Series from Disney's Wide World of Sports. Trying to find a champion, and we're going to see, oh, I thought a double play. Poplin tagged the bag for the easy part, but he couldn't throw it over to Rich Goulash, and he appears shaken up at first. You're a popular man.
Number 2, Ronnie Fields.
So Salazar aboard on the fielder's choice, and here's Ronnie Fields. Hit towards center field, and the wind holds it up just enough to allow Jason Branch to record the second out of the inning. That'll bring up the cleanup hitter for Combat. They've been held to only a run.
Number 15,
Came
Eli
back in the
Aguilar.
first inning. Eli Aguilar is at the plate with 2 outs here in the inning. Good pitch there by Rose.
Let's go. Nobody better. Let's go.
Popped up towards right field. Griffin gives chase and runs out of room. There's a 2-run home run.
Let's go.
9-3.
2-run shot for Eli Aguilar.
Here's Cunningham.
Mike Rose made his way down to Jason Oberlag behind the plate to give him a piece of his mind. Obviously doesn't like his balls and strikes, and we've repeated it every game. Mike tends to spend more time arguing than pitching.
Hit towards Branch. That'll retire the side. Combat only able to score 2. It's 9-3 as we head to the 4th at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Number 35, Rich Gould.
All right, it's 9-3 as we bring you back into Champion Stadium for the 4th inning. TNR Stucko trying to add to this 6-run advantage. First pitch misses outside. There's a called strike with Rich Goulash at the plate. And Goulash has walked to lead off the 4th inning. And Mitch Mabe coming to the plate.
9 runs in for TNR Stucko. Picked up 6 runs in the 3rd inning. As they bat in the 4th, they try to extend the 6-run lead and move into the finals of the winners bracket. And they will play or combat, either one of these teams will play GTL, who won 15-14 over Blitz Wantanabe. A 1-run victory. GTL on familiar ground, Bernie. Last year they went into the finals undefeated, and Gene Shop double dipped them.
That could be the same situation this year. We saw Gene Shop lose on the very first day, and they're having to work their way back. There's a long out.
The information I received, they finished off Woodlaw 7-6. I believe it was Todd Jerling with a walk-off home run in the bottom half of the 8th inning.
John Dutch, number 37.
They'll be playing on field 22 at 5 o'clock. And they are going to play the winner of AJS and Bud Light. And AJS lost their first game, the first game we had live here in the stadium, and now have won 2 in a row. And they're playing right now on field 22.
John Dutch is at the plate. He hit a home run in his last at bat. 1 out here in the 4th inning. Plenty of softball left. Got time to grab dinner with the family and come back. We'll still be here. Down the line and out number 2 in left field. And here's Poplin, the second baseman.
Come on, Timmy, let's go. Come on,
Check that. That's Timmy Maddox.
And Maddox, number 22.
Shortstop.
Oh, excuse me.
Both wearing number 22.
Yeah. It's not very helpful for us.
Well, softball players have certain numbers they like to wear.
The whole team be 22 if they want to?
I guess so.
What a grab. Middle infielder reaches up and grabs that one and steals a base hit. It's a quick 1, 2, 3, 4. After a walk, sending us to the bottom of the 4th. 9-3 our score here at Champion Stadium.
Dude, I'm going right here behind home. I'm right in the middle. Yeah, let's go out on the grass. Hey, dude, I'm gonna grab a blunt.
Number 32, Kyle Decker.
All right, and so we bring you to the bottom of the 4th inning. Combat trailing by 6. Still plenty of time left in this contest. And Kyle Decker is at the plate. And what a play, Jason Branch. A sliding grab in center field for the first out here in the 4th inning.
35, Sammy Christensen.
Update from the PGA Championship. Tiger Woods still leading 7 under, but Patrick Harrington started to make his move. He's -5 through 8 holes, and he's 2 under today.
Might not be a walk away for Tiger. Most people said it was over. Still plenty of golf left.
Christensen and 2 putouts in the inning for Branch in center field.
We said it last game, Bernie. Branch is busy out there in center field, covers quite a bit of ground. Has no problem getting his uniform dirty. He will dive in at any time.
Well, I tell you, the dynamics of this game with the heat, if you will, and the wind blowing in, and whatever else external factors there may be where we're not seeing as many home runs, it's really changed the course of these games that we've seen today.
Well, one thing about it, the ball itself, the hotter it gets, the deader, if you will, it becomes. It doesn't fly as well. When it cools off at night, it tends to fly a little farther out of the park. And you've seen that during the day, just as you stated.
They try Branch again. Branch has all 3 putouts in a 1-2-3 bottom of the 4th. So Combat, after their big 17-1 victory, trails by 6 as we head to the 5th here at Champion Stadium. It's TNR Stucko 9 in Combat 3 here in the 5th inning.
Dustin Roberts.
The winner will face GTL to get themselves their ticket punch for Sunday's championship game, and they'll be done after that game for their Saturday afternoon of work. TNR Stucko, he blasted another one, 5 by my count.
Dustin Roberts.
That's Dustin Roberts with a home run. And TNR Stucko is the first to double digits.
Combat totally surprising. They've only scored the 3 runs, 1 in the first, 0 in the second, 2 in the third, 0 in the fourth. Combat with only 3 runs. Stucko has scored in every inning except the 4th.
Easy ground out there for the shortstop as Jason Branch is retired. Can't blame him. He had a tough inning last inning. Made all 3 of the outs, patrolling center field.
First out on
Randall
a
Coughlin,
diving
number
catch.
22.
The last hitter in the lineup, Mike Rose.
And Rose climbs the ladder and tomahawks that one down the line.
That handcuffed the third baseman, unable to make the play.
Number 20, Brent Griffin.
Oh, excuse me, that was Poplin. And here's Griffin, the right fielder. 60% chance of showers. Currently 82 degrees.
With 98% humidity, probably.
It's pretty correct. And this is probably down the road. It was certainly a lot cooler. I'd say 45 minutes, an hour ago when we had a little bit of cloud cover and that nice breeze. Griffin's at the plate. And he cranks it for a base hit. back-to-back hits for TNR Stucco. Here's Mike Martin. Middle infielder with 2 on and 1 out. And a chance with 1 swing of the bat to get a 10-run advantage.
You might have called that one, Bernie.
There you got it. That one's over the big boy fence.
Yes, indeed. About 343 over the left field wall. Right over Disney's Wild World of Sports sign. Just as Bernie called, TNR Stucco now takes a 10-run lead, 13-3.
In combat, I would assume, is pretty shocked.
They blistered Bud Light by the score of 17-1. And turn around right now, down by 10.
And Arnold has a gapper and an extra base hit. You believe in saving some swings for the next game? Is that maybe what happened with combat?
Oh, indeed. They're not saving up anything. For some reason, they've gone cold.
Who's in? Come on, let's go. Bobby. Who's in that's in it?
And they're going to have a pinch hitter for
Batting for
Rose.
Rose. Jeff Turnbow.
Come on, Turnbow.
And we'll see Turnbow. That here.
Don't have to hit if he doesn't give you one. Let's go.
Turnbow, a good ball player in his own right, has a little bit of power. And Coach Kerm Strickland takes that long walk across the chalk line out to the pitcher's mound. Finds himself 10 runs down. We've got to talk. What are we going to do, gentlemen?
No answers so far for TNR Stucco. Bunch of great pitchers brought to you today by our USSSA crew. Working hard.
The unsung heroes of what makes USSSA live on USSSA.com what it is.
Don DiDonatis has moved his way down and chatting things over with the TNR Stucco group there on the first base side of the field.
Well, he and our attorney have been checking bats all day long. We've had quite a few that have failed today. Compression test, the bat either passes or fails.
What percentage would you go with has had that happen out of the ones that have been pulled?
Oh, I don't have any idea. I just know they've pulled quite a few. And
no pitch. Try it again.
yeah, you see the umpire's hand up. As long as he has that hand up in the air, you can't put the ball in play. It's a no pitch. He's not going to let him throw till he's ready. He just gave Kerm the signal and said, hey, Kerm, I had my hand up.
So we'll try it again. 13-3 our score. And hit on the ground towards second, and the throw to first is in time. And that's our second out here in the 5th inning. 4 runs are already in for TNR Stucco. And we're back to the top of the lineup in Rich Goulash.
Stucco pushing that lead to double digits.
Number 35, Rich Goulash.
Here in the 5th inning.
Come on, Rick.
The pitch And it's fouled away. And back up the middle, making it 14-3.
Five runs in on 5 hits. Still have an out left. Stucko now up by 11.
And aside from yesterday, this is one of the longer innings we've seen.
Yes, indeed.
Mitch Mabe, who's been all over the field, playing both catcher and infielder at the plate, turned on that one a little too much, hitting it foul in the corner.
And once again, GTL will take on the winner of this game. That winner will move on into Championship Sunday. And the losers bracket, they'll fight it out to see who will come up and play. The winner of GTL and the winner of this game for the championship in the Men's A World Tournament at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
There's another base hit, and one hops over the wall for a ground rule double. Two on, two out. We're still at the top of the lineup. Number 3 hitter is John Dutch with runners on second and third after that double by Mabe.
Mitch Mabe hit it well, one hopped it right over the fence.
Dave DiDonatis is trying to sign up for his hitting clinic
Batting John Dutch,
afterwards. That's what he told me. Here's Dutch. First pitch a little inside.
Just a bit.
And Dutch watches a called strike. And cranked, but right at the left fielder. That'll retire the side. 2 stranded, but 5 come around to score. TNR Stucko is up by 11 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Come on.
Number 25, Ronnie Salcedo.
And Salcedo will lead things off. Some work left to do for this combat squad. We saw them put a bunch of runs on the board in their game earlier against Bud Light. But so far they're empty-handed in this one, scoring only 3.
Yeah, Bernie, they put up 17 big runs. As that one's going out to right field.
Just enough room for Griffin to make the play, and there's one away.
This combat team beat out 17 runs to 1 to Bud Light, beat them by the run rule. Then they have 0 in the second and 0 in the fourth, and only picked up 1 in the first and 2 in the third. They're scoring in the odd innings, and they're 0 in the even innings. Let's see what they do here in the
good news for them is they're in a scoring inning then, based on that philosophy.
You would think so, but stranger things happen.
And quickly, 2 outs.
Timmy Maddox with the play over there.
Kente Granados, number 3.
And if you notice, Bernie, they have 3 number 22s on their team.
That makes
Tim
things
Maddox.
easy for us, right?
You have Timmy Maddox, Randall Poplar, and Mike Rose all wearing double 2s.
And it's a quick 1-2-3 inning, sending us to the 6th. It's 14-3. Remember, coming up next, we'll continue our coverage of the USSSA World Series here in Kissimmee. The winner's bracket championship game to play in the championship game tomorrow, coming up at 6:30. TNR Stucko, a chance to add to their lead as we bring you the 6th inning from Disney's Wide World of Sports. The pitch, and it's a base hit.
Maddox, Timmy Maddox hustling into second. Stretches that single into the double as the outfield takes a little extra time to throw it back in. And that's just a good case of hustle, Bernie.
That'll bring up Roberts to the plate with nobody out. And the pitch, driven towards right field and gone. Tack 2 more on the scoreboard for TNR Stucko. It's 16-3.
Stucko seems to be on a mission.
Dustin Roberts on the home run.
Roberts with a line drive straight over the right field fence, cleared it probably about 6 inches on the line.
The pitch driven again, and it's going to go all the way to the wall in left field. And he's safe at third and thought about coming all the way home, but instead will hold at the bag.
Once again, another great piece of hustling. This Branch kind of faked him out around second like he wasn't going to go to third. And then he comes sliding way past the bag at third, unable to get up and go home as the throw got away and rattled around the fencing right there in front of the dugout. But nobody out for TNR Stucko with a 13-run lead here in the top half of the sixth.
Now batting Randall Poplin.
And here's Randall Poplin with a runner on third. And Poplin has a base hit. That'll score another run and make it 17-3.
Push that lead to 14. Nobody out, 1 runner on. Stucko wanting to play in the finals of the winners bracket tonight. Making a difficult path for Combat USA.
And another base hit. TNR Stucko on fire.
Now batting number 3, Mike Martin.
And Mike Martin coming to the plate. Nobody out. And Combat may be in danger of run ruling a team and then coming back and being run ruled. Obviously, there's still a lot left here in the 6th inning before that would happen.
It is a possibility, Bernie. And I'm sure they don't want to be there, but this one's hit pretty good.
And gone.
3-run shot for Mike Martin.
A 3-run home run.
His 3rd of the game.
And boom, it's 20-3.
As the Disney announcer just said, that was Mike Martin's 3rd home run of the game.
Amazing, right?
Oh, especially since when he didn't hit that well last night, struggled a little bit in his defensive play up the middle.
Brian Arnold.
Arnold at the plate with the bases clear.
They call him BA. Been around the game a good bit. Played a number of years.
And he hits this towards left field and gone.
How many home runs is that for him, Bernie?
I'm not sure, boss, at this point. There's been so many.
The home run.
Yeah, I don't know either.
21-3.
18-run differential. And they put the pressure on Combat. Nobody out. Mike Rose, the last batter in the lineup, the pitcher. And he's still chirping down there to umpire Jason behind the plate.
Just trying to make sure he's set for the next game, right?
Oh, yeah, he wants everything.
Batting number 22, Mike Rose.
Rose at the plate. And it's hit right back to the pitcher. And finally, we have an out here in the 6th inning. One away. Back to the top, Rich Goulash.
Rich Goulash, number 35.
And Goulash back up and another base hit. And he's going to try to get extra bases. Here comes the throw, and he's in there cleanly. So Goulash is on second.
TNR Stucko wearing the base paths out this inning. They're taking the extra base on the combat outfield. They don't hesitate around any of the bases. It's proven a point. They're up by 18.
And Mabe a chance to add to the lead. And Mabe drives it down the right side. And a nice play there. Goulash will tag and move on to third. And there's 2 away.
Now batting number 37, John Dutch.
Here's John Dutch coming to the plate.
Mr. Consistent. That's third in the lineup. He's there for a reason. I want to say his on-base percentage is over 700.
He's got a great eye.
Working the pitcher. Where he wants his pitch.
And he's going to walk.
Last thing you need in the top half of the 6th inning is walk somebody when you're down 18 runs.
Tim Maddox, number 22.
Here's Maddox with runners on the corners.
Come on, Timmy.
And the pitch on the ground, a base hit, and there's another run scoring to make it 22-3.
Dutch moves over from first to third. Maddox hits it where they're not. Takes first on the single.
And there's still runners on the corners. Here's Dustin Roberts. And Roberts looks at ball 1. There's Dutch on third.
Get back on that back leg no matter what. No matter what happens, hit it hard from that way.
And a walk to load the bases. Here's Jason Branch.
Rob Cena, the pitcher for Combat USA, a little bit upset with himself. That's 2 walks in the inning and you're down by 19. Make him hit it, hope to hit it at somebody. Get out of here. And come in and try to put some runs to extend it into the 7th.
The pitch, a looper that falls, and it'll score 2 more. (24-3).
They came in with a 10-run lead and now have stretched it to 21.
Here's Randall Poplin. And Poplin drills it towards right, and finally the side's retired. Combat's out of their final 3 outs, however. It's 24-3 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning here at USSSA Slow Pitch World Series at Disney's Wide World of Sports.
Leading off the top of the seventh, number 12, Mario Granados.
Combat about to be shipped to the losers bracket, Rick. They're down to their final 3 outs.
Score 17 runs to run Will Bud Light 17-1. And come back and only scored 3 as we move into the bottom of the 6th. They're down 21. They have to score a bunch.
That didn't help.
Mike Rose dives out of the way, gets down quickly.
Tim Maddox, I believe,
23.
was there to make that out.
I think Timmy's over at shortstop.
What do we got next? Game to get back into this? Or do we got a break first?
We have a bit of a break. I believe we're going to try to play that 6:30 game at 6. So GTL, and it looks like TNR Stucko will battle at 6, maybe a few minutes before.
There's a base hit with 1 out.
Then we have to worry about battling everybody through the losers bracket. Our 4th place game is scheduled for 8 p.m. in the stadium.
Brett Haugen.
I'm not sure if we'll leave that down there or if we'll bring it up here, but I'm sure we'll find out soon.
There's a foul ball.
Almost a nice play in the stands. Unable to come up with it.
Rick, we got such a great crew working with us. They're such a pleasure to be around.
The unsung
They're
heroes.
really joyful and just enjoy every moment of the opportunity to bring you these broadcasts.
Aren't they?
Service with a smile, that's what we'll say our crew provides. Or pitchers with a smile, I should say.
There you go.
Second out, and TNR Stucko's 1 out away from moving on to our next broadcast to take on GTL for that coveted spot in the championship game.
Number 15,
Pinch hitter
Eli
Brent
Aguilar.
Haugen that lined out to right field.
And gone.
2-run homer for Eli Aguilar.
Aguilar with a home run.
Eli deep over the left field wall. That brings in 2.
Helps you out a little, right?
Oh yeah, they still need 5 more.
Down to their final out.
It's tough with just
Now batting
1
Charles
out left.
Cunningham.
But I've said it before, no lead is safe in slow pitch softball.
That one goes to the wall, extra bases.
Cunningham bounces it off the right center field wall and brings
Now
up
batting number
Kyle
32,
Decker.
Kyle Decker.
Here's Decker with a runner on second and 2 outs, and TNR Stucco still 1 out away from a date with GTL. Back up the middle for a base hit, and runners are on the corners.
TNR Stucco looking to push their record to 41-12 overall. Number 2 seed
35, Sammy
looks a lot
Christensen.
more powerful than they did this morning when they scored 13, I believe.
Yeah. The pitch, and it's drilled down the line, and that will tack on another run, 24-6. So don't count Combat out of it quite yet. Might be one of those comebacks that are remembered all time in USSSA history. Came back to give themselves more life in the 7th inning, and they come back to win it.
I've seen them down, team down by 10 runs with 2 outs and nobody on, and come back to win and score 11 runs without the benefit of a home run, just base hit it to death and came back for a victory. It can happen, Bernie.
Great snag by Maddox, and Maddox can't make the throw in time, and the bases are loaded.
Ryan Arnold, the third baseman, made a dive for it, and Maddox came up with it but unable to get the runner at second. Thought he might have a chance over here at third, but unable to do that. So now we have runners at each one of the stations, and if we get a grand slam home run, we will play the 7th inning.
How about that?
Wow.
Ryan Salcedo, number 25.
So Salcedo with a gigantic task. Instead, he's going to line it towards left, tack on another run. They're chipping away. 24-7.
Inch by inch, station to station, Combat USA trying to extend this game into the 7th inning and score as many as they can here in the 6th.
And Rob Cena,
Number 31, Rob Sena.
is at the plate with the bases loaded. And there's a base hit to tack on another run, 24-8. See, they didn't need the grand slam.
No, they keep pushing.
Combat USA needs 2 more, and they still have only 1 more out.
Number
TNR
3,
Stucco
Kente
trying to
Granato.
move on to take on GTL.
They would love to get this third out, take about an hour break before they play. They'll get a chance to get some fluids in them and be back for a 6 p.m. start if they can knock Combat USA into the losers bracket.
Rose with a pitch, and it's back off his body, and this is a chance to do it. Tag the bag, and it's our final score. Put it in the books. TNR Stucco will take on
That's
GTL.
the ball game.
Coming up, that'll be our next telecast. We're
Final
going to have a
score,
little bit of
24-8.
break here
TNR Stucco.
on
Good luck to both
USSSA.com.
teams the
We
rest
hope
of
you
the
stay
tournament.
with us. A final score, TNR
Also,
Stucco
fans, quick
24,
announcement.
Combat
The
8.
6:30 game
They'll take
scheduled
on
for 6:30 this
GTL
evening
coming up in
has
about
been
an
moved up to
hour.
6 p.m.
Grab some dinner.
Moved up 1/2
We'll be
hour.
right back with you here on USSSA.com.
Once again, the game originally scheduled for 6:30 will now begin at 6.
Get it close! No, they're not. They're underneath the bench.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Disney's Wide World of Sports Change Stadium. This afternoon's USSSA Men's A Softball Tournament. This game is between TNR Stucko, Worth, Bay Pass, taking on GTL Creative Stucko, Worth. Getting underway in just a few short minutes.
What's Tander? What is that?
For the visiting GTL, leading off number 44, Rich Logic. Number 23, Mike Bolden. Number 04, Donovan Petraka. Number 30, Evan Philby. Number 5, Sam Lopez. Number 13, Victor Cordova. Number 9, Anthony Dress. Number 24, Chad Munger. Number 36, Robin Roberts. And number 11, Brian Blanc. Your starting lineup for TNR Stucko. Number 35, Rich Woodlaw. Number 16, Mitch Main. Number 37, John Dutch. Number 22, Tim Mathis. Number 33, Dustin Roberts. Number 12, Jason Branch. Number 22, Randall Buckland. Number 20, Brent Griffin. Number 3, Mike Martin. Number 14, Brian Blanc. And rounding out the lineup, number 22, Mike Rose.
That is a funny looking four-seamer, sir.
Glove is too big. Second. Second glove. Put that in the test.
All right, here we go. Hey, make sure he's only got one personality out there pitching.
Hey, I like that. One personality out there.
We're only about two guys out here.
Yeah. They should only have 4 infielders.
Is that a kiss on the cheek?
Let's go!
Come on, guys, in the box. Let's
the top of the first for GTL, number 44, Mike and Logic.
All right, here we go. Big contest finally on the stadium. Chance to advance to the championship game and need to be defeated twice tomorrow.
Yeah, the winner will sit back and play at 10:30 in the morning. Our first game will be at 9 a.m., our third place game. And the loser of this game will take on whoever gets all the way through the loser's bracket.
And we'll see whether the bats stay hot for both these teams, as there's a pop out for the first out here in the first inning.
If you notice, Bernie, we have a four-man umpire crew. Behind the plate, Chuck Doc Beckwell. Down at first, Wayne Posovich. Over at second base, Jason Overbay and Overlag. We call him Overbay. And down at third, Tony Walzak.
One out. And nobody on. There's a called strike.
Mike Rose back on the mound for TNR Stucko.
There's a base hit.
And this will bring up Kevin. Now Kevin Philby's on deck. Should be
Donovan Pokraka.
Donovan Pokraka, the left fielder.
One thing I like about both these teams is they tell us where the players are playing. Sometimes we're left to guess.
Yeah, excellent. Like that. And these are big enough you can read this game.
Said Logic led off the game, followed by Mike Boland and Pokraka.
Second call on the pitcher. Mike Rose has 5 seconds to release the ball once he gets it back from the catcher. And he's in the pitching position. So Beckwell calls ball one.
And that one is a line for a base hit. So back-to-back base hits, and Pokraka is aboard. And here's Kevin Philby.
I want to say in the last game, Philby
Number
was
30,
4 for
Kevin
4.
Philby.
The GTL beat Blitz Wantanabe 15-14.
Rose's pitch is walloped down the line, and it is gone. A 3-run home run, and GTL strikes first.
Number 5, Sam Lopez.
That'll bring up Sam Lopez, the first baseman.
You can hear Mike Rose chirping at Doc Beckwell. Still fussing about that 5-second call.
That's the first time we've seen that, and I bet you we've seen a couple pitchers take just a little bit more than 5 seconds.
Mike Rose been known to do it. Doc, very good job behind the plate. Thorough umpire.
Lopez down the line and back-to-back jacks. GTL, their second home run of the contest. It's 4-0. That'll bring up Victor Cordova.
Number 13, Victor Cordova.
Troy Nance's getting his chance to talk to Doc. I think he may go out and tell Mike Rose what the discussion was about. No, he's going to stay in. Only the first inning, but they may be getting to Mike Rose right here.
Pitch to Cordova as a ball.
The smooth running, smooth fielding second baseman for GTL. One out here in the top half of the first inning. Finals of the winners bracket 2009 Men's A World Tournament. Disney's Wide World of Sports.
He untied it first, though. We know that too.
Hey, lock in here. I need you. Let's go. Come on.
Wind still blowing straight in. A little bit of cloud cover, but it's not too bad.
Been that way all day with the wind. Sportscape came out and dragged the field, and they sprayed a little water out there to, I think, try to take some of the ruts out.
Cordova walks. And here's Anthony Dress.
Number 9, Anthony Dress.
And Rose finally lofts one up for a ball. We got a runner on first. This one swung on and driven towards right field. And Brent Griffin has the second out of the inning here in the first.
Number 24, Chad Munger.
Chad Munger, the pitcher, steps in with 2 down. Cordova's at first. We're in the top half of the first inning. 4 runs in for GTL.
And Munger looks at a called strike. And it's hit down the line. And that one's just foul.
That goes down as a strikeout in the book.
That'll retire the side. Sending us to the bottom of the first. GTL, a productive top half of the inning. TNR Stucko comes to the plate, trailing 4-0.
In the top of the first, for GTL, 4 runs on 4 hits with 2 home runs and 1 left on base after 1/2 inning. GTL 4, TNR coming up.
Big on.